presented by Taco Bell. The best team in baseball, the Dodgers, having an incredible year, 73-31, the best record in baseball, and they will try to complete a sweep of the San Francisco Giants here tonight. Madison Bumgarner is on the mound for the Giants, but the Giants have had a rough year, to say the least. Two close games this weekend here in LA. Friday night, Corey Seager, not one, but two home runs. Solo shot in the first, then a go-ahead two-run homer in the seventh, gave the Dodgers a 6-4 lead. And with Kenley Jansen on the mound, striking out the side in the ninth, that would be the final score, 6-4 LA. Yesterday afternoon, twice Corey Seager got on with a double. Twice Cody Bellinger drove him in with a single, giving the Dodgers a 2-0 lead. The Giants would get a run back to make it 2-1, but again it would be Kenley Jansen. Giants had some base runners against him, but Jansen got it done with save number 27 as they make it 2 in a row over the Giants. An incredible year, as we mentioned, 73-31. They've won 38 of their last 44. The numbers are astounding for the Dodgers. Meanwhile, the Giants, unfamiliar territory, 40-65, 33.5 out of first place. Hi, everybody. Welcome to LA. Dan Shulman, Jessica Mendoza, Aaron Boone, Giants and Dodgers on Sunday Night Baseball. Let's start with the Dodgers, of course. And Jess, there are many, many reasons why they're better than they were last year, and they were pretty good last year. Give us one reason why they're a much improved team.
How they hit left-handed pitching. And when you say, or you even talk about how poor they were against left-handed pitching, it is an understatement, because the way that they went out, it didn't matter if they were left-handed batters, right-handed batters, they struggled the entire season against left-handed pitching. This season, they have completely reversed it. In fact, you could argue that they are the best team in baseball against left-handed pitchers. In fact, their record 24-10 is #1, and they're lefties. Cody Bellinger and Corey Seager are 1 and 2 in RBIs in baseball. These guys have turned it around, and that has been probably one of the biggest differences, especially when you look at their offense.
And speaking of lefties, they're going to face an awfully good one, albeit it's been an injury-plagued season for Madison Bumgarner, one of the big reasons why the Giants have struggled as much as they have. Fourth start for Bumgarner since coming off the DL.
Yeah, and what's really been a lost season for this proud franchise, I would say there's nothing more important than the health of Madison Bumgarner these final 2 months of the season. And as you said, Dan, making his fourth start, he's checked out fine each and every start physically. He's responded well physically. I think they would like to see the miles per hour start to tick up. It's been a little off what it normally is, but they would love for him to have a good final 2 months heading into the offseason, because no one is more important to their team than Madison Bumgarner.
So we got Bumgarner, we got the Dodgers, and we've got the trade deadline, the non-waiver trade deadline, 4 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. There's been action today. There will undoubtedly be more between now and the deadline. With his thoughts, here's Buster Olney.
Dan, in 2015, the Kansas City Royals traded prospect for 2 stars, Johnny Cueto and Ben Zobrist, and they went on to win the World Series. Last year, the Chicago Cubs traded a high-end prospect to get Aroldis Chapman, and at the time, Theo Epstein, the president of baseball operations for the Cubs, said, if not now, when? And the Cubs won the World Series. So with less than 24 hours before baseball's trade deadline, this is the question for the Dodgers front office. Should they make an aggressive trade to augment a dominant regular season team and add someone like Yu Darvish of the Texas Rangers or Zach Britton of the Baltimore Orioles? It's a great quandary, Dan.
And Buster will be locked in all night long. If there's any breaking news, he'll have it for you here on Sunday Night Baseball. The Dodgers have won the National League West 4 years in a row. They have not been to the World Series since 1988. Is this the year they can do it? 42 games, over 500. We've got them for you tonight here on Sunday Night Baseball. is presented by Taco Bell's new $1 beefy potato Rito. Rivals in New York, rivals on the West Coast since 1958 when both the Dodgers and Giants came west. And when you're 42 games over 500, why not do a little bit of dancing before first pitch? The Dodgers with the best record in baseball. Crazy to think they started the year 10-12. They're 63-19 since then. Let's take a look now with the starting lineup for the visiting Giants, presented by Taco Bell.
On a low light season, their highlight in this lineup has been Buster Posey having another solid year, selected to his 5th All-Star game just a few weeks ago. That .327 batting average, which is 4th best in the National League. Right behind him is Brandon Crawford, one of a few in this Giants lineup that has struggled, has not put up the numbers that he even put up a season ago. However, Bruce Bochy told us pregame he feels like he's seen the ball very well coming out of the All-Star break.
On the mound for the Dodgers, left-hander Hyunjin Ryu. The last 2 seasons marred by injuries, shoulder in 15, elbow in 16. 15 appearances, 14 of them starts this year for Ryu. 3-6 with a .417 ERA. And as you can see, lefties have pummeled him this year, but he's part of a deep Dodger rotation that, relatively speaking, has been significantly healthier than their starting pitchers as a group were last year. One common factor, Clayton Kershaw on the DL for the 2nd year in a row. More on that. They're encouraged at the pace that he might be able to come back at. 77 gorgeous degrees, blue skies overhead. Shadows will become a factor as we move into the first couple of innings of this game. And we're underway with a called strike 1. Denard Span leads it off for the Giants, hitting .282 on the season. The Giants have struggled terribly offensively this year. Only San Diego has scored fewer runs. Ryu takes a little off, and he's out in front 0-2. Whenever you go from the kind of team the Giants have been to 40-65, a lot of things have gone wrong. Offense is just part of the puzzle, but boy, they just don't have any power. Last in the majors in homers, 2nd to last in runs scored, not hitting well in the clutch. And Ryu gets him on 3 pitches.
Well, it looked like just a little fastball at the knees. Perhaps Span protecting against something off speed and thinking maybe he'd start something at the bottom of the zone. Clearly catches the bottom of the strike zone as we get a look at the low home. And for Ryu, who, as we said, has struggled against left-handed hitters this year, a nice start for him.
Number 2 hitter is second baseman Joe Panik, hitting .262, 6 home runs on the season. Hunter Pence on deck, and then if anybody reaches Buster Posey here in the top of the 1st. As poorly as things have gone for the Giants and as well as they've gone for the Dodgers, the season series is actually even at 6 apiece. Puig, man, had it all the way. 2 down.
Yasiel Puig, always one for doing things differently and taking his time.
You think there's a sun factor there that
Maybe.
just gives him a better angle to not have to deal with the sun?
Hope so.
Actually, that first strikeout looked like a changeup, something that we expect Ryu to start to incorporate more against left-handed hitters. A changeup, such an important pitch for him against right-handed hitters. Breaking it out early against Span.
And he went back-to-back.
Yeah.
Hunter Pence not having his typical season, although as you can see he's got very good numbers in his career against Ryu. Pence hitting just .241, hit a home run in yesterday's game off Rich Hill, but still is just 16 for his last 92. And this is a guy who at times over his tenure with the Giants has been, you know, Robin to Buster Posey's Batman. I mean, it's been 1 in 1A, but it has not been that kind of a year for Hunter Pence this year.
Going away with the fastball here, catching that corner and just blowing it right by Hunter Pence. Again, that changeup, such a weapon against right-handed hitters. That just makes that fastball play up. Fastball's in for Ryu, an important pitch to right-handed hitters to set up the change.
And he gets Pence, 3 up, 3 down, 2 strikeouts, 9 pitches. What a start for Hyunjin Ryu. Dodgers coming up. Madison Bumgarner to the mound when we come back to L.A. Has been the offensive output of Justin Turner. He is the leading hitter in the National League with a .359 average entering this game tonight, and he has been pummeling left-handers this year. Been overshadowed a little bit. Hard as that is to believe with the numbers he's put up, but with what Cody Bellinger has done, some of the other guys have had to take a bit of a back seat, but Turner deserves a back seat to no one as we show you the Dodger lineup presented by Taco Bell.
Yeah, and as Jess touched on, left-handed pitching gave the Dodgers all kinds of problems, including Justin Turner. Well, he has plugged that hole in a big-time way. 9 home runs to go along with that .418 average. He has absolutely become an impact player in his 4 years here in Los Angeles.
Facing Madison Bumgarner, who suffered that shoulder injury in April in a dirt bike accident, sprained his AC joint and missed about 2.5 months. This just his 8th start of the season for one of the very best of the game. 1-1 with a .393 ERA since returning from the DL. An oddity in this series, all 6 starting pitchers left-handed in the 3-game series here between the Giants and Dodgers. And first time that Bumgarner has faced the Dodgers here with the 2017 season. And the first batter he will face tonight is another guy who's a big reason why the Dodgers are so good this year. Chris Taylor, acquired last year in a deal with Seattle, has taken his career to a whole different level this year, playing multiple positions, swinging the bat well, hitting for power, stealing bases. And he's become pretty much a fixture. He's hitting .420 in the month of July.
He's always had the defense, and that's been a big part of why Andrew Friedman and the Dodgers wanted to bring him to this team. Is his versatility. It was just the bat that was missing, the consistent bat. He got after it in the offseason, changed a bunch of things. And now he's showing it. A lot of times you hear like something simple, and for him, you know, it was pretty dramatic with his hands, adding a leg kick. Booney, you know, those are things that aren't easy just to add at this level and be able to be productive.
Well, and to do it as really an unproven offensive commodity at the big league level, to have the courage to overhaul early in their career and then to get immediate results. He, like Turner, has been an impact player for this Dodgers club.
you just look at his swing from last season compared to this year, you can see it even in his stance. On the left there, 2016, look how high his hands are compared to this season, how low. And then once he gets going, watch this gather with the high leg kick that he's able to get. That helps him get into his legs and that back leg, and most importantly, hit fastballs. He went from 265 to 344 this year. He was always late on that pitch.
Bumgarner gets him one down.
And that's a tip of your hat to Madison Bumgarner as well. This is part of where you see Mad Bum do so well. And he's starting to play with some shadows, but this is 87, a cutter that he kind of backdoors. But watch how late Taylor is on this pitch. And this is part of the deception that Bumgarner brings, and because of the elevation.
You almost wonder if he saw it with the spin on it as a curveball out of his hand. That's why he might have been so late. Wow.
Corey Seager's been seeing everything in this series. He's now 6 for 9, including 2 doubles and 2 homers in this weekend series.
And again, doing that against left-handed pitching. Just so much plate coverage. Mad Bum trying to get ahead with a fastball away. That ball's elevated. And just look at all the plate coverage that I think is something he does so well. Goes out and gets that and just hooks it into right. And he continues to remain hot in this series.
And you look at the 2, 3, 4 in the lineup. Seager, then Justin Turner, then Cody Bellinger. About as good as it gets with these 3 guys. As we mentioned, Turner leading the National League in batting at 359. Pops one up in foul territory and a play for Belt. And a big second out for Bumgarner.
I mean, if you know, I look at it as, think about the Cubs last year and what a great team and a great season they obviously had. You think about, you know, Bryant and Rizzo and Zobrist, and I look at the three Dodgers where I go Turner, Bellinger, and then Chris Taylor is that Ben Zobrist guy that can kind of play all over the field. They've been that good this year for the Dodgers. Then you sprinkle in a little Corey Seager over there. It's no wonder this team's just mashing.
First pitch swinging. Bellinger with a high fly ball to right, but shy of the track. Pence is there, and we're scoreless at the end of 1. the Giants. No score between the Giants and Dodgers here at Dodger Stadium. Hyunjin Ryu struck out a couple in a 3-up 3-down first, as we have some split loyalties here in the ballpark, as is always the case in either park when these two teams play one another. Posey 5th in the National League in batting at .327, 11 homers, 44 RBIs. Has not had as many guys to drive in this year as he normally does.
He doesn't see a lot of good pitches to hit, and I think that's where the numbers to me stand out more this season, because he doesn't have the protection he's had in the last few years. Yet his eye for the strike zone still remains the same.
Crawford on deck. He's not having a typical Crawford year. We showed you Pence in the first inning. He's not having a typical Pence year, so that makes things a little bit more complicated for Posey. .30 green light, and it's popped out of play.
Guys, I don't know if you agree with me. I almost feel like this is one of his best seasons because so much has melted down around Buster Posey, and yet he's just been a metronome. Same approach, good production, great at bats. Again, batting average over 300.
Well, I'm not sure what a metronome is, but I agree with you, Buster. This is, I mean, rock solid, and continues to, I think, develop into that elite defender as well that he's become, in my opinion, in the last few years.
A lot more action coming your way this coming week here on the ESPN family of networks. You'll see the Indians and the Red Sox twice, both tomorrow night and then again Wednesday night. The Indians' 9-game winning streak came to an end today as they lost to the White Sox, but they're still in the lead in the American League Central. And 1 week from tonight, we will have the Dodgers again. They will be at Citi Field against the Mets. Posey at first to lead off the second, and now Brandon Crawford hitting .233, 9 homers. Waves at that breaking ball.
We're starting to get to the time here at Dodger Stadium. The shadow's not quite completely rolled in, but we're going to see a lot of swings like Crawford's. We're not quite seeing it out of the hand.
Yeah, in another inning or two, it'll absolutely be a factor. And you know, that's a time when, especially if you have a good breaking ball going or something, it can play up that pitch especially well, because it's incredibly hard for the hitter to differentiate between spins.
Crawford lifts it foul out of play. Hard to believe the Giants are 33.5 games out of first, and that's obviously a factor not only of how tough their season has been, but how remarkable the Dodgers' season has been. And Crawford waves at another one. Third strikeout already for Ryu.
And guys, if this Giants team is going to recover, as we look at this breaking ball again, we saw Crawford not get a real good look at it for strike one, and then here Ryu finishes him off, starts that breaking ball in the strike zone and just spins it down and away, and by the time Crawford decides to hold up, he's well committed. The first out of this inning. But I don't know where the Giants can go, because they have so much committed to this team and guys on this team that, you know, are under long-term contracts. So if this is going to get better, whether it be, you know, the last couple of months this year or especially next year, it's going to happen with a lot of the guys really struggling this year having turnaround seasons. And that, I think, is a real concern for this team in the long term.
Yeah, sometimes the only answer for a team is the guys they have to play better.
Yeah.
You just can't fix everything. You can't move everyone, and the Giants rather do have a number of long-term commitments to veteran players. You look at the money coming to Brandon Belt, to Crawford, Cueto, and Samardzija. Both have a number of years left on their deal. Mark Melancon on the DL right now in the first year of 4, signed as a free agent in the offseason.
and it's not a deep farm system at all for the Giants. You know, as they've been, as Buster talked about, this has been such a winning franchise that they've always been in go for it mode for the better part of the last decade. So always adding and taking away from some of their farm system.
Posey at first, one down, no score in the second. Jay Wong, the third baseman, is up. An opportunity for him to come back to the majors and play with the trade of Eduardo Nunez to Boston earlier this week. He'll play the corner spots, hitting 159 with a 1 homer. And a guy very familiar with Hyunjin Ryu. They are friends, and they faced one another many, many times in Korea. And the numbers that we have for their head-to-head matchup are that Wong was 17 for 45 in his career against Ryu.
And Bruce Bochy talked about how pumped Wong was coming into this weekend, knowing that he would face Ryu, obviously to see a friend, someone you're familiar with. But the number 17 for 45, you're pretty pumped to see a familiar pitcher.
Ground ball to second. They'll force Posey, throw back to first, not in time. Fielder's choice, 2 down.
First baseman number 9, Brandon Ellis.
You know, I'd be curious with Buster as well. It doesn't seem like there's a lot right now that the Giants could trade to try and, you know, get a little bit younger or upgrade the farm system, as again guys are just having down years, so there's not a lot of value on this roster right now.
The fact is that Booney, you said it exactly right. They just don't have a lot of tradable commodities right now.
You know, it's interesting how sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. The White Sox, for example, had a number of tradable commodities, and they dealt some of the offseason, have dealt some this season. But just the nature of the contract situation for the Giants makes it a lot harder for them to make deals.
Older players making a lot of money. Okay, so if the Giants talk about trading any of these guys, or a lot of these guys, I should say, you know, outside of Buster Posey, outside of Madison Bumgarner, teams are going to say, if we're going to take on that player, that older player, you're going to have to kick in a lot of money, and we're not going to give you much in the way of prospects.
Belt trying to bunt his way aboard with 2 outs, pops it back out of play, and it's 0-2. Bruce Bochy not used to this kind of a season. The Hall of Fame bound manager at some point, as you can see, he's had remarkable success, 3 World Series championships. But you know, when we visited with him before the game, and the first question kind of was, "How you guys doing?" The answer was something along the lines of, "Hanging in there, just hanging in there." It's a lot more has gone wrong than has gone right for the Giants this year. 4th strikeout already for Ryu. We go bottom 2, no score at Dodger Stadium. Day today in Cooperstown, New York, and the 2017 class features Jeff Bagwell goes in as a member of the Houston Astros. Tim Raines, 5th in Major League history, 808 steals, got in his last year of eligibility, and Pudge Rodriguez, better than 2,800 hits and 13 Gold Gloves. So you had power, you had speed, and you had defense in the Hall of Fame class of 2017. No score, bottom 2. Madison Bumgarner on the mound for the Giants, and this is Logan Forsythe, the Dodgers second baseman tonight. Hall of Famer Tommy Lasorda is in the ballpark tonight, class of 1997. Curveball down and in, ball 1. After Forsythe, Austin Barnes the catcher, and then Kike Hernandez the center fielder for the Dodgers here, bottom 2. Close but no, says Larry Vanover. Bumgarner wanted it. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, and according to K-Zone, it caught the inside corner. That big serpentine breaking ball that Bumgarner will throw from that across the plate. And looks like it caught the inside part of the plate.
I just love watching Bumgarner and the way from where he sets up on the third base side of the rubber to his entire motion, and just the simplicity that it looks like. But then when you see the swing and misses and the velocity, that 92 right there can look like 95. That looked like it got part of the strike zone too.
Yeah, he's officially steamed now. 2 pitches and 1 at bat that he thought should have gone his way.
Well, and this is a great pitch too, and this is a pitch that is important for Bumgarner too, because if he can command that inside part of the plate with the fastball, it sets up everything else. That's a pitch he should have got.
He gets this one and rings up Forsythe.
See, and that's tough for Logan Forsythe, because this is almost the same exact spot, same pitch, the location. So you lay off of it. The umpire is telling you it's a ball. You get it again, and even if it is a strike, you can't. You got to be consistent, because as a batter, that was a ball a pitch ago.
Well, you'd like to be consistent. I think you got to be right. So I think it's a case of Vanover missing the pitch prior and getting that one right. But you understand certainly Logan's frustration, because he knows he just took that pitch for a ball.
Austin Barnes gets the start behind the plate tonight. 296. Dave Roberts, the Dodger manager, saying before the game, a big difference for Barnes this year is he knows he belongs. He knows he's not going to get sent down. He was up and down a few times last year, and he has put up very solid numbers. Played in Friday's game, walked 3 times, stole a base, scored a couple of runs. Meanwhile, back to Cooperstown, as we mentioned, the class: Jeff Bagwell, Tim Raines, Pudge Rodriguez. The plaque for Bagwell. A lot of people feeling really good for Tim Raines, who got it in his last year on the ballot, and Pudge Rodriguez all smiles as well. Guys, you have a thought on this class as this ball is lined into right field, and Pence there, 2 down.
I mean, I was a catcher throughout my younger days until I got to college, so I remember watching Pudge all the time. And first of all, his energy, so much that he brings even as a hitter, but I used to love to watch him behind the plate, because the way that he would get around pitches, just the way that defensively I would just hone in on him, and then the energy that he brought to it, because that's really what a catcher is everything to the pitcher and framing up pitches, but also the energy that he brings in leading the rest of his team. So I remember watching him so closely, because we played the same position, and that grin you see there as he's holding up the plaque.
I was glued to my iPad watching it for a couple hours. I got to see Scherholtz and Seelig and then Jeff Bagwell's speeches, and getting to play for as many years in the NL Central against Jeff Bagwell that I did. To see the humility he had today, which was always, I think, an awesome trait of his. Just to see him talk. I find myself watching these Hall of Fame speeches with smiles on my face. I got to see my buddy Barry Larkin and Ken Griffey Jr. go in the last couple of years. And in a weird way, you almost feel a little bit a part of it. And you relish in it a little bit. But then seeing Bagwell and what a great player he was, it was neat.
Bumgarner gets Kike Hernandez, who doesn't like the call. Both sides a little unhappy early. We are scoreless at the end of 2 here at Dodger Stadium. The class of 2017, Rodriguez, Bagwell, and Raines inducted into the Hall of Fame today. Buster Olney. Time now for Unlimited Baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile, and unlimited speculation around the trade deadline about what may go down. Jaime Garcia's gone to the Yankees. Melky Cabrera's gone to the Royals. Buster, what's topping on your list right now?
Well, I think baseball's waiting to see what's going to happen with Sonny Gray. The Yankees made that trade for Jaime Garcia overnight, basically putting him in position as a safety net for them, but they're still pursuing Sonny Gray. And there seems to be a game of chicken, a standoff between the Yankees and the Athletics to see if they can meet a price or reach an agreement on Sonny Gray, but that's at the top of the list.
Oh, Buster, I've been curious about Zach Britton, that arm, and being a big lefty. There's a lot of teams that have talked about wanting to get a big bullpen piece. Who are the front teams that are really looking to get him?
Well, the first question, Jess, is whether or not the Orioles are actually going to move him, because they've kind of been all over the map about what their intentions are. The other day, for example, they traded for Jeremy Hellickson. I talked to an evaluator who's involved in these conversations today. He put it at 50-50 that Britton will move. The Dodgers could potentially be a match, a wipeout left-hander, perhaps the Cubs, perhaps the Houston Astros.
And what is the latest with the big starting pitchers? Yu Darvish, possibly even Justin Verlander with another strong outing today.
Don't hear much talk about Justin Verlander. Perhaps during the offseason he could be matched with the Chicago Cubs. Everyone's waiting to see if Rangers general manager John Daniels will reduce his asking price for Yu Darvish. Look, he's someone who is coveted by a lot of teams. He's a free agent at the end of the season. John Daniels wants to get a big return. And the Dodgers are the team that people match a lot for Yu Darvish, but we'll see if a typically conservative Dodgers front office is willing to give up a high-end prospect for him.
Okay, so let's get into that, Buster. They've won the NL West 4 years in a row. They have a special team this year. They have not been to the World Series since 1988. You talk about the perspective of the front office of the Dodgers. They don't want to trade their top prospects. The flip side of the coin is there urgency when it's been as long as it's been for them, and with as special a team as they have. As Bumgarner bounces one to third, this could be two, and it is. Is there, in your mind, Buster, urgency anywhere within the Dodger front office to go out and make a significant trade.
Based on what I heard today, there's not really urgency in terms of adding a starting pitcher unless the price on Darvish comes way down, because Clayton Kershaw is making progress. But it's that wipeout left-hander, a guy like Zach Britton, who could perhaps move the needle. We'll just see if the Dodgers are willing to give up their prospects. Remember, they hung on to Corey Seager, they hung on to Cody Bellinger. That's worked out pretty well for them.
Astros starting pitching. A lot of us have assumed at various points of the year they would add to their rotation. They're actually healthier now than they've been for the entire season in the rotation. But McCullers had another one that didn't go great today. Keuchel's just back. Do you think the Astros will add a starting pitcher?
As of this morning, they weren't really involved in the Sonny Gray conversations. I think people around baseball are wondering if they're going to jump into it because of those things that you mentioned. I know they've been involved in conversations for left-handed relievers like Justin Wilson of the Tigers, who's expected to move tonight to some team.
We'll have it all for you. ESPN 2 to 4 Eastern time tomorrow. A trade deadline special. Booney will be here in L.A. Buster, I hope he sleeps well on planes. He's red-eyeing back east to get to Bristol. Yasiel Puig leads off the bottom of the third in a scoreless game. First pitch swinging, lifts one in the air right field. And Pence with the glasses down makes the catch. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN is presented by Taco Bell. We are here at Dodger Stadium. The Dodgers 73-31. And maybe even more remarkable than that, 38-6 in their last 44 games. The last team to put together a 38-6 stretch, the 1942 St. Louis Cardinals. The Dodgers are 25-3 in their last 28 games at home. They've won 7 in a row, and that's only their third longest winning streak of the year. They have a 10-game winning streak and an 11-game winning streak earlier this year. And Dave Roberts says the feeling is always that they can find a way. Down a couple in the 6th, it doesn't matter. Clayton Kershaw on the DL, but again, they are very encouraged by the progress that he has made in recent days. He's been throwing, he's been playing catch. The initial timetable for him coming back from that back issue was 4 to 6 weeks. You know, Kershaw wants to come back quicker. The luxury of having the lead the Dodgers do, of course, guys, is they don't have to rush him back. It's all about October, given the way the first 4 months have gone.
Well, and remember last year, he obviously spent a couple months on the disabled list, and when he did come back, there was probably a freshness to him as he entered the postseason. Had some outstanding outings, pitching on short days rest. As you can see here, he was popping that ball pretty good before the game today.
Fourth strikeout of the night for Bumgarner. And this is one of the reasons, as we talked to Buster, will the Dodgers bring in a starting pitcher? The fact that they're encouraged by the progress in the last few days of Kershaw has to calm the nerves of everybody. I mean, Alex Wood is having a great year. Rich Hill in that curveball, that's a weapon. They've got Ryu, looks pretty healthy. They've got Kenta Maeda. They got Brandon McCarthy, who's out with a blister problem right now, but not expected to be serious. They've got a lot of quality starting pitchers. But do they really want to go and drop the hammer and pick up another guy who could be a number 1 or a number 2 in October?
Well, and I think the difference to me with this team from the last couple of years is, one, they're hitting left-handed pitching much better, which was a real problem for them a year ago. But now the depth of their bullpen, it's a championship caliber bullpen. So if they're able to go, if they're not able to add that starter, yet they're able to go out and bolster the pen just a little bit, and then assuming Clayton Kershaw is good to go, this is now a team that, unlike the past, can bridge the gap much better after the 5th inning and eventually getting that ball to Kenley Jansen, something that's been a problem for them in the postseason the past few years.
No, it's the model that's becoming more common. The Royals in their 2 great years loading up in the bullpen. The Indians last year, we saw what that meant to them in October. The Yankees with the trades that they have made. There's Jansen, one of the very best, but he's got some help down in the pen this year, a lot more than he has had at times. Another play for Pence and another 3-up, 3-down inning. No score, end of 3. Buster only with Giants manager Bruce Bochy.
Coach, how do you evaluate Madison Bumgarner so far tonight?
Hey, looks good. Good tempo, hitting the spots, all those pitches. Last game he threw well. It takes a few games to kind of get locked in, and he looks like he's getting there.
Buster Posey, due up for you guys in this inning in what has been a tough year for you. How has the season gone on?
Well, Buster's doing a great job. I mean, he's doing his thing. It's been tough to put a finger on one thing. It's been hitting. It's been our pitching. We all have our finger in this thing, but one thing I'll say is Buster's been steady, playing very good baseball.
Coach, thanks.
Buster Posey due up third here in the 4th inning. Joe Panic at the plate right now. Hunter Pence on deck. Shadows have crept out beyond the plate, out to the mound as well. They're now covering much of the left side of the field. Most of the right side still in sunlight. typical late afternoon summer game here on the West Coast. No fun for hitters for several innings. Panic with a fly ball to right field his first time up. Two and two.
Well, it was a good job on the 0-2 pitch of elevating the fastball to try and set up that breaking ball. But that breaking ball there started out a ball. I think that's a pitch he'd like to start in the strike zone and break out to try and get the chase of the left-handed hitter.
Fastball sent past a diving Turner, but to left field, a base hit for Panic. Second hit of the night for the Giants. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Infinity. Empower the drive. Down on that level of Dodger Stadium that you're seeing right now, the Gold Gloves won by the Dodgers. The retired jerseys are in the hallway adjacent to the Gold Glove hallway, and of course, they're hoping to tack up something else beside 1988, the last year they won the World Series. In fact, even the last year that they went to the World Series. They've been to the postseason 10 times since, but have not been able to advance to the World Series. The Dodgers winning the division 4 years in a row. Twice have lost in the division series. Twice have lost in the LCS.
And that's the emergence. I mean, this team has been good, and to think it's been 30 years since they've been to the World Series, let alone win it, but been with as good a teams that they've had, as strong as they've been in the postseason. It's one thing to have a decade and a half, but 30 when you're the LA Dodgers, it's time.
One and two, the count on Pence. And again, the Dodgers, their front office, they don't want to trade away their top prospects. I mean, had they made certain deals the last couple of years, maybe they give up a Seager, or maybe they give up a Bellinger.
Yeah, and I agree with that, why they didn't in the past. But I think now they've got the prospects here, and I think you gain on that. And even though they've got good ones still down there,
but they're also sitting here with a team that's 42 games over 500, so they're probably that urgency to add something to a team that's a juggernaut right now.
But you're not adding to get there. You're adding to be better once you're there in October.
Think about the Diamondbacks. Who did they go get? JD Martinez, because they know they're probably going to match up against these guys when it comes to the postseason, and they wanted to have another great right-handed bat to add to the Paul Goldschmidts, the Jake Lambs, against all these lefty Dodgers pitchers. So they go out because they're playing for the postseason, and I want to see that the Dodgers counteract. Did they go and get a big right-handed pitcher?
But I really believe, though, that they feel they have a team that can win the World Series.
Runner goes, hit sharply. They'll still force the lead runner and turn two.
Well, we've seen now a couple of outstanding defensive plays on the infield turned in by the Dodgers. We saw Turner with an outstanding pick and start of a double play, and here Pence hits an absolute rocket to Forsythe, who calmly moves his feet properly, handles that in-between hop, and then knows once he gets the ball to Seager, as hard as that ball was hit, it becomes academic at that point. Just another facet of what's been a great season for the Dodgers. But I think Andrew Friedman getting back and the Dodger front office feel like this is a team now that can win the World Series, but is also in position to now be in that position year in and year out. So of course they're actively engaged in adding to this team, but they're not gonna blink and overplay for someone that when they think they can win with this club.
They can win the World Series today. They are talented enough. They have clearly a great team. But when you look at the last, 5, 6, 7 years of teams that have won the World Series, they made big-time trades at the deadline. I mean, the Cubs, how good was that team last year at the deadline? They went out and got Chapman. And how important was he in their postseason run?
But it could be something as simple as a left-handed reliever. Adam Liberatore's on the DL, might not come back this year. Grant Dayton's on the DL. He will be back. Luis Avilan's a veteran lefty in their pen, but he's, because of his changeup, sometimes better against righties than lefties. And now they have the luxury of saying, okay, what do we need to beat Washington? What do we need? You can start looking at specific teams. And you've got Harper and Murphy sitting over there for Washington.
And there's your lefty in the bullpen. But then you also, like I mentioned, a team like the Diamondbacks that can stack up their power righties. You want a big right-handed pitcher.
Double play ball, and then another strikeout for Ryu. His 5th on the night. And we are still scoreless going to the bottom of the 4th. Talk with Chris Rose and Kevin Millar, 1 hour breakdown of baseball's hottest topics. You can also see it streaming live on the ESPN app. So tomorrow that means they come on the air right as the trade deadline hits at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Again, a trade deadline special starts at 2 o'clock Eastern time. Goes from 2 to 4 tomorrow. Buster will be back at ESPN in Connecticut. Aaron will be here, part of the show from LA, as Bumgarner makes a nice play taking the feed from Belt and Seager's retirement. So you're going to be all by yourself here? Are you here at Dodger Stadium doing it?
No,
I'll
be at our ESPN LA.
Nice.
And brought in every now and then to
be you.
It's such a fun time.
It's a great time.
It's, you know, as fans of the game, I think just all the speculation, all the possibilities. This is a neat time.
Just hearing Buster in the open talk about the big trades that were made last season, then he comes out with the Dodgers have 24 hours. What are they going to do? But it's like that for a lot of teams.
I think there's going to be a lot. Like if I said to you, Sonny Gray, does he get traded or not?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
You Darvish?
Yes.
All right. Justin Verlander?
No.
Yeah,
no. Zach Britton?
Yes.
Yes.
Really? I was surprised to hear the 50-50, and I know Buster knows more than I do. But what are the Orioles holding on? Like, I'm not trying to be...
they're in a real peculiar place. And the addition of Hellickson earlier, I mean, I think they've got to start to be honest with themselves and realize that they're not going anywhere this year, and it's time to start getting a little bit younger and trying to make yourself better for going forward. And I think those are the tough questions that teams sometimes you want to hang on and you want to hold out that hope. I think you've got to be disciplined and honest at this time of year to make some difficult calls.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that it was still a question.
2-1 to Justin Turner, in on his hands, popped up foul, and it will get out of play.
Yeah, guys, as of this morning, the Orioles' playoff chances were assessed by Fangraphs at 3%.
In a division, of course, where a couple of their competitors, well, three competitors have made moves. The Yankees, Red Sox, and Rays have all made moves in recent days. Back to the mound to Bumgarner. Turner retired, 2 down, and that'll bring up Cody Bellinger, having one of the best seasons of anybody in the National League, and he's a rookie. He's 21 years old. As we take a look at tonight's confident performance, brought to you by Quicken Loans. Only Mike Piazza hit more home runs as a Dodger rookie than Bellinger has hit. Bellinger's got some time to pass him. He leads the majors in the most home runs hit in the 7th inning or later. And look at the record for the Dodgers since Bellinger got there. It seems a done deal that he will be yet another Dodger Rookie of the Year. They have dominated that award over its history. Corey Seager winning it last year, and Bellinger certainly the front runner in the National League this year. Second in the National League in home runs, third in slugging percentage, and leading rookies in everything.
There's so much talk over the last 4 or 5 years about the amount of money that the Dodgers have spent on players, but you really have to also tip your hat to the farm system. When you look at just even the last couple of years with Jock Peterson being the Rookie of the Year, Corey Seager, and now Bellinger having the year that he's had, it's definitely the combination. And then re-signing Justin Turner with Kenley Jansen, huge to keep those guys, and that's where your money is going to be. But to have the young guns coming up, no one expected, I think, Bellinger to have 28 home runs, but you knew he was going to be an impact type player.
You know, every now and then there's that ball player that you remember where you are when you first saw him. And I remember a few springs ago, I'm sitting in my office and I've got an MLB, like a bootleg feed on, kind of like not a great quality, and I see this kid Bellinger, and the first thing I think, well, it's probably got to be Clay Bellinger's son. Swings the bat, and I went, whoa. I get on the phone and I call my good friend who's the AAA pitching coach for the Dodgers, Matt Hergis, and I say, is Cody Bellinger, is that the son of Clay Bellinger, one, and is he as good as I think I just witnessed? And he said, better, because he's an elite defender at first base and he can go out and legitimately play center field defensively. He's come up and the rest is history, and I think we're seeing the birth of another great young superstar player in Major League Baseball.
I remember you talking about him in spring.
Yep.
I remember texting you when I pulled over to the side of the road and picked him up at the fantasy pool before you could when he got called up in April.
Well, because Booney was talking him up, I picked him even before he came up. I love that you remember where you were.
Yeah.
Such a baseball fan. Big moment.
You know, the point you made about him playing the outfield is not to be undersold at this point. A forgotten guy this year for the Dodgers is Adrian Gonzalez. Been on the DL a couple of months with a back issue. About ready to go out on a rehab assignment. Could be back in, say, 3 weeks, something like that. And Bellinger's, obviously, he's got to play as often as he can play. There's so much versatility. But if Gonzalez does get some time at first base, then Bellinger can go out in the outfield. As Forsythe lines one into left, stopping at second to Bellinger on the single. Now, what does that mean for Taylor? What does it mean for Peterson? What does it mean for Puig? But Dave Roberts, he's become a master in a couple of years at juggling people in spots because they always have the situation. Bringing Adrian Gonzalez back adds another component into the mix.
It does, but you hit on it. And what's another special component with this Dodger team is that versatility. So Bellinger's ability to go play other places, Chris Taylor's ability to play all over allows more people to get on the field in different kind of roles, and ultimately should only strengthen this team. And I agree, Dave Roberts has been outstanding at just kind of keeping everybody fresh, getting everyone legitimate playing time, and it's truly been a roster that's gotten contributions, not only 1 to 25, but during a season you need more contributions than that, and they've had a lot of impact performances.
And we asked Roberts before the game, I think you asked it, Aaron, how's the buy-in been from players on, hey, you got to sit a couple days a week because everybody's got to play? And Roberts said it has been by far the best that it's been. Much better this year than it was last year, for everybody to understand, hey, something special is happening here. This is a team effort, and everybody's going to have to give ground a little bit on playing time to make it work.
And a big example of that is Adrian Gonzalez. Earlier this season, when Cody Bellinger had first been called up, was hot those first few weeks, and Adrian said, hey, I was a little bit beat up, and I think Forsythe was coming off. Someone was coming off the DL. They needed to move around to fill a roster spot, and they were going to send Bellinger back down. And Adrian said, look, I'll go on the DL because this guy's got to stay. He's better for the team to do it. And I think that's the example when you have one of your leaders, one of your best players say, put me down to keep this guy up. Now, of course, the irony is that was his first time on the DL, but it's second time to the DL. When he does come back, as you mentioned, Booney, where does he play? But at that time, he knew, hey, he's better than I am right now. I'm injured. I'm going to go on the DL because this guy's legit.
Two and two on Austin Barnes. 2 men on and 2 out here in the bottom of the 4th. A fly ball to center field. Lots of room for Span. And that'll end the inning. We're through 4 at Dodger Stadium. No score. Dodger manager Dave Roberts.
Dave, this year you guys have come from behind many times. You found ways to win in the latter half of games. What have you seen in your baseball experience to compare this with? How you guys have won late?
I hate to keep going back to my 2004 team, but that 04 team with David and Manny, just willing ourselves to victory, kind of a lot of parallels. These guys don't have a lot of quit. They play every pitch. They play the game the right way.
What do you see in Hyun-Jin Ryu tonight?
I think that he's spot on with all of his pitches. He's keeping the ball down. The change looks good coming out of his hand. And, Bum over there is doing what he always does.
Dave, thanks.
Thanks, Paul.
That 0-4 team he's referring to, of course, the Boston Red Sox, who came back from 3-0 down against the Yankees in the American League Championship Series. Ryu looks good. Bumgarner looks good. Scoreless top 5. And Brandon Crawford leads it off for the Giants.
The guys, there's action going off the field, off the field for the Dodgers as well. According to our Jerry Krasnick, right now the Dodgers and the Cubs are pushing to make a deal for Justin Wilson of the Tigers. Two teams competing for that left-hander.
Well, there's a lefty reliever, as we talked about. Never hurts to have another quality veteran left-handed arm out of the bullpen.
Well, and Justin Wilson's had an outstanding year, you know, as a closer, but he's not that matchup lefty. He's more of a back-end guy, obviously, and a guy that actually is just as effective against right-handed hitters. But to get a guy at that level to potentially add to that great depth in the pen now.
Wilson this year has a 2.68 ERA in 42 appearances. He's got 13 saves on the season. He's only given up 22 hits in 40 in the third innings, and he has struck out 55 batters. That would be a nice addition to anybody's bullpen.
And the fact it's the Cubs and the Dodgers going after it, both with already strong depth in their bullpens. The rich get richer if either one of them land Justin Wilson.
Ryu with 5 strikeouts on the night. He's had a couple of double plays behind him as well. Line to first, 1 down.
Well, there's a good look at the athleticism from Bellinger. Ryu, who's really given Crawford some problems with that breaking ball tonight so far, hangs this pitch with 2 strikes, and Crawford gets a decent piece of it. But you see Bellinger, a great jump on that ball and quickly sliding to his knees to secure that for the first out of this inning.
Now Jay Wong. Bruce Bochy telling us a story. Wong's been up and down a couple of times with the Giants. Was called up about a week and a half ago. Parents were very excited. Flew from Korea to come see him play. Watched him play for a few days, but then Wong was sent back down to AAA Sacramento on Monday. He was heartbroken. His family had come all this way, and the Bochy turns to us and he said, I don't know if they felt disrespected or something, but when he went down to AAA Sacramento, his parents didn't go to Sacramento to watch him play. They went to Vegas for a few days. And then when he got called back up to play in this series, 3 lefties on the mound in LA, and his parents said, you know what, okay, we'll go back to LA and watch our son play. So Ryu makes quick work of him here for out number 2. Will the trades made in July pay off in October? Join MLB Network for all of the news, deals, and buzz. The 2017 MLB trade deadline coverage continues through Monday on MLB Network.
Here's a trade confirmation just came in. The Rockies traded for catcher Jonathan Lucroy from the Texas Rangers.
Wow. Wow. He's had an up and down season offensively. Hasn't given them the production, but that wasn't a name that had been put out there.
Actually, I heard some buzz about that when I was down around the Giants batting cage, that there was some talk about Lucroy. Who went for Lucroy? Buster, is that out there yet?
No.
Okay.
It's probably not going to, I'm guessing, not going to be a lot because of the year that he's had at this point. And there are a lot of catchers available.
Bellinger again, and that'll end the inning as Belt is retired. Nothing but zeros up so far. Scoreless going bottom 5. Taco Bell. A sellout here at Dodger Stadium, watching the best team in baseball. They're 73-31. They've won 38 of their last 44 games. No score here. Pitcher's duel so far between Hyunjin Ryu and Madison Bumgarner. Bottom third of the order for the Dodgers as Bumgarner faces center fielder Kike Hernandez to begin the inning. Bumgarner threw 4 innings, 2 hits, has walked 1. He has struck out 4. 4th start since coming back off the DL.
And the Giants are probably very excited just what they're seeing from their ace. He's had commanded both sides of the plate. We've seen him use all his pitches and just pitching with a real calm, and has picked up and touched 92 miles an hour at times as well. But that command right there, he has gone in and out with that fastball and consistently gotten the ball to the corners.
Bouncer to third. 1 down. One other game going on in the majors tonight. Second game of a doubleheader between the Rockies and the Nationals. Rockies won the first game. The Nationals, though, have taken the lead in the bottom of the 5th of the nightcap. Adam Lind with a 2-run shot to the opposite field. And then 2 batters later, Brian Goodwin would homer. For Lind, his 9th. For Goodwin, his 11th. And the Nationals, the leaders in the National League East, lead the Rockies 3-1. 2 teams with their sights set on October. If you're the Rockies or the Diamondbacks, of course, given the way the Dodgers have played, you're pretty much saying, okay, I guess it's going to be a wild card unless something crazy happens. The Nationals with a big lead in their division.
And the Nationals, another team similar to the Dodgers in that depth department. And Dusty Baker's done a real nice job this year of being able to get Lynn quality at bats. Goodwin has come up and filled in for the injuries to Worth and got and Eaton and been very strong.
Crawford going back, makes an over-the-shoulder basket catch. Puig retired, 2 down.
Well, Crawford goes a long way for this ball, and the outfield defense for the Giants has been an issue this year. They just have not covered a lot of ground, and Crawford, you can see, goes a long way. Doesn't look like Span gets a great jump on this ball, and as the infielder, you're just going back until you hear something. And Crawford probably, when he gets to the end there, is probably thinking, man, I've gone a long way and I still don't hear anything. So he's kind of, in a way, bracing for that contact, but also keeping that concentration and turning that into an outstanding over-the-shoulder catch. As you can see, the 2-time back-to-back Gold Glove winner in the National League.
A quick 0-2 on Ryu, who struck out his first time up.
Booney, you mentioned the calm that Mad Bum's thrown, except he grabbed that last ball pretty fired up because I think it was a miss. But just the conviction that he also shows. He'll go inside to these righties especially, and he's facing a pitcher right now. But even with Kike Hernandez and Puig, even if he misses, he's not afraid to go right back in there. The confidence and conviction that he throws and plays with, I mean, there's so much about the way that he pitches that he does well, but I feel like just that arrogance that he has that works so well for him, even if his stuff isn't at top notch.
And he gets Ryu for the 2nd time tonight. End of 5, still no score. Field level, as Buster Olney will help us get to know Corey Seager a bit better.
Yeah, Corey Seager, born in Kannapolis, North Carolina. That would be the hometown of Dale Earnhardt and Dale Earnhardt Jr. His favorite baseball player growing up was Derek Jeter, like everybody else in his generation. He comes from a baseball family. Kyle Seager, Justin Seager, his brothers are both in the Seattle Mariners organization. His vice, Mountain Dew. That's his kryptonite. And I am told that Mr. Seager and I are related. Last year when we were in St. Louis, one of his relatives walked over and said, you guys are related. And I, followed up with him and actually asked Kyle Seager the following week. And he said, yeah, that's what I've been told since I was a teenager. Some of the background matches up, but I got to tell you guys that I don't ask a lot of questions. If people are telling me I'm related to the Seagers.
Well, the resemblance is uncanny, Buster. What do you think it is? A common great-grandparent? Is that what you guys are thinking?
Yeah, that's what I was told.
Yeah.
Upstate New York, some roots there, and apparently there's an Olney in the Seagers background.
That is so cool. I would take it and run with it, and you're right. Don't ask any more questions.
You know what's funny, though, is Buster puts it out there a little matter of fact, but behind the scenes, he's really excited.
Yeah,
he's part of the Seager clan.
He couldn't stop smiling right now if his life depended.
Even his kids are pumped.
Oh, yeah. My 13-year-old Jake, he asked me, are we related? And I tell him, that's what I'm told.
He wants to get him on the wiffle ball field. That's where Olney does his best work.
I tell you, if you're at the family picnic and you get the Seagers on your side for the softball game,
absolutely,
you got a leg up.
Yeah, when I mentioned to Kyle last year how weird it was that I was related to them, he said, well, how do you think I feel? I'm related to Corey.
No score, top six. Gorkys Hernandez, the number 8 hitter in the Giants lineup.
And we saw Ryu come in with the fastball there. He hasn't done that a lot to these right-handed hitters. He's really commanded the outside of the plate so well with that fastball changeup combination. Really, I think he likes to come in with the fastball to set up that changeup as you get a look at both pitchers really in command tonight and doing it in a pitch efficient manner. Just both guys at just 63 pitches so far, but Ryu really dominating the outside part of that plate to these righties.
Well, he'll backdoor to that cut fastball. Kind of go around the plate to get the very outside corner along with the changeup and his regular fastball out there.
Got him, number 7. MLB wants to see your best plays this summer, whether they're in the backyard or on the diamond. Show us what you've got on social media with hashtag MLBThePlay, and we'll feature some of the best all season long. A smattering of Giants fans here at the ballpark in LA. No score, 6th inning, and here is Madison Bumgarner, who way back in April in his first 2 at-bats of the season hit home runs. Did that against the Diamondbacks. He's been known for several years as one of the best, probably the best hitting pitcher in baseball. Bruce Bochy said watching him in BP since he's come back from the injury, he's airing it out in BP. He's still trying to hit it 9 miles.
Well, him even not bunting his last at bat with a runner at first, nobody out. Of course, hit into a double play, but not a lot of pitchers that a manager will give the green light to swing away.
Well, and that gives you a good peek in the fact that they do believe he is sound physically, so able to swing in those spots. So you see 16 career home runs.
Oh, that was dirty. Curveball that not only has the breakdown, but watch the depths of the back leg. I mean, this is starting away and then watch it go to the back foot. If you were to draw a line that's about 2.5 feet of late action that this pitch gets, and again, not only down but horizontally right into the hands of Bumgarner, or below the hands.
A little bit too high there from Ryu. You saw that Barnes wanted the fastball and signaled throw it high and gave him the high target, but Ryu missed about a foot above where Barnes wanted it.
Yeah, and that's how he struck out Gorkys Hernandez to start this inning, was that up fastball away. And he's had great success in command with that outer half.
Showing Bumgarner a lot of respect, mixing in changeups and curveballs.
This is that time now where Bumgarner, especially in a 0-0 game here with his power, will sell out here at some point. Probably thinking he's getting a fastball here. I would expect him to not get cheated, even with 2 strikes.
Gonna drop in left center, a base hit, and how about Ryu shook off the fastball to get to the changeup, and Bumgarner hit it hard. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Taltz. So Madison Bumgarner at first after the base hit, 1 out, top of the 6th, no score. The Dodgers trying to sweep the Giants. And back to the top of the order for the Giants. Denard Span comes up.
Cooney, you were asking about what the Rangers got in return for Jonathan Lucroy from the Rockies. A player to be named later. We'll probably hear more about players to be named later in the next 24 hours.
You missed it earlier. Melky Cabrera was dealt from the White Sox to the Royals overnight. Jaime Garcia from the Braves to the Yankees. Buster says the Yankees are, excuse me? Twins. I'm sorry, for the Twins to, yeah.
But he was with the Braves not too long ago.
I'm sorry about that, yeah. And Buster saying the Yankees are still in play for Sonny Gray as well. Count in Span's favor at 2-0. I just thought his stance, the right foot in Span's stance, looks about as uncomfortable as anything can be. The way that he turns it in back towards the catcher. Now, by the time he's in the hitting zone and making contact, he looks like everybody else. But it's a very unusual setup.
Well, he'll start straight up, and then he just continues to turn and turn and turn until it's pretty much pointed at the catcher.
How odd is that? Ground ball to short, and that's about an easy a double play as you'll ever see. 3 double plays behind Ryu tonight.
2 at 4 p.m. Eastern. It's Intentional Talk with Chris Rose and Kevin Millar, a 1-hour breakdown of baseball's hottest topics. You can also see it streaming live on the ESPN app.
Well done.
We go bottom 6, no score. Top of the order for the Dodgers: Chris Taylor, Corey Seager, Justin Turner against Madison Bumgarner. Taylor a strikeout and a fly ball out so far tonight. Originally a 5th-round pick by Seattle back in 2013. Out of the University of Virginia, acquired during the season last year on the Mariners for pitcher Zach Lee. Didn't even start the year with the big club this year. Had a big spring, but started the year with the minors. Came up mid-April, and he's not going anywhere right now. With the kind of season he's had. Pops up here, though, so he is 0 for 3 tonight. An opportunity now to take a look at StatCast, powered by AWS.
Well, the velocity before he went on the DL, 92, an average 92.1 miles an hour. Since the DL in the last 3 starts, it's gone down to 90.5, but tonight, good sign for these Giants and for fans. It's been up. We've seen a lot of 91, a lot of 92 on average tonight, 91.1. So building up that strength again, especially on his fastball. Although his fastball will play up already, just because of the way he throws, the unique style to his windup.
Well, I think the thing that's so exciting for the Giants and Bumgarner tonight is the command with all his pitches, both sides. And you're right, Jess. It's that fastball plays up because of the unique delivery, because of the deception.
Seager with his 2nd hit of the night and his 7th hit in the series.
Seager gets that one off his hands. But when you watch Madison Bumgarner, first of all, just where he starts, watch how his back on that leg lift is to the batter. His hands are hidden. The ball is hidden. Then you can see on the takeaway, you see the ball way out of the hand, which then moves the eyes. But quickly, he gets to the release point. It looks like he's going to throw it to the first base dugout. That's how far out of the strike zone it looks. But the fact that he's able to do all of those movements is part of the deception. Not just that the ball is hidden, but that you see it, and then when you see it again, it looks like a ball out of the hand, but it's usually always a strike.
A man on for Justin Turner, who's 0 for 2. First pitch swinging again. Belt in foul territory. Again, the 2nd time that Belt has made a play in foul territory as Turner pops one up, and they're 2 down.
There's so much more that goes into making a fastball great than just velocity. And it's obviously command of that fastball, but deception. And so many of the great pitchers, whether it's Chris Sale, Madison Bumgarner, Clayton Kershaw, their fastballs play up higher because of their unique deliveries. Harder to repeat when you do have a unique delivery, and that's what makes these guys special, is their ability to consistently repeat, which lends itself to elite command, and that's what Bumgarner's been throughout his career. So we've seen him dominate games at 92, 93 miles an hour with the fastball. We've seen him pitch at 89, 90 even in the postseason, and dominate because of the command and the ability to repeat a unique delivery.
2 down now, and here's Cody Bellinger. Bellinger has flied out and walked tonight, the National League Rookie of the Month in May and again in June. He hit 24 home runs in his first 57 games. Nobody had ever done that before. He's hit lefties well, not as well as he's hit righties, but he's hit lefties well and with some power. He's got 8 home runs now in 96 at-bats against left-handed pitching this year.
Leads the majors in RBIs for left-handed hitters against left-handed pitching, which gives you a little bit of insight, especially with runners in scoring position, how well he's done, and showed it last night against a lefty.
Well, and we're getting a look at the quality of the at-bats tonight off of obviously about as tough a lefty as you're going to face, lefty on left. Bumgarner coming in a 543 OPS allowed against left-handed hitters, and we've seen Bellinger tonight. As you look at his splits against lefties and righties, just missed the ball his first time up, deep fly out to right, and then the base hit in his last at bat.
Bumgarner out in front of ball and 2 strikes.
Guys, earlier this year, the Dodgers were playing the Cleveland Indians, and in the same game, Cody Bellinger hit home runs off Boone Logan and Andrew Miller. Okay, those are 2 pretty good names to put on your mantle.
And again, he is 21.
He's not afraid to get on the plate against these lefties too. That torque, his ability to get to balls, even on the inner half.
Finds a hole. That's a base hit. Seager will come to third.
I mean, again, the result is a base hit, but it's the quality of the at-bat. Facing Bumgarner, who's really locked in, he's got 2 strikes against him, just hangs a little bit of a breaking ball. It stays up, but it's on the outer half, and with 2 strikes, he still has the plate coverage to be able to lace this ball back through the middle and give the Dodgers now their best opportunity to dent the scoreboard.
So first and third, 2 down. And the batter was Logan Forsythe, who's 1 for 2, had a base hit his last time up. The last time that any team in the National League had a record as good as the Dodgers have after 104 games was the 1944 St. Louis Cardinals. We're talking about 73 years ago. They were 75 and 28 that year. The last time that any team had as good a record as the Dodgers have after 104 games was that great Seattle Mariners team back in 2001. Well, the Dodgers, no matter how you slice the numbers, are putting up a remarkable season, potentially a historic season, depending on how they can do the next 2 months and then into October.
What's remarkable is over 40 games over 500 now, and as you touched on earlier, Dan, the pedestrian start that they got off to in the month of April.
And started 10 and 12.
Yeah.
63 and 19 since. Ground ball to third. And the Dodgers will leave a couple of men on. Bumgarner gets out of a jam, still scoreless now at the end of 6. Sox both tomorrow night and again Wednesday night here on ESPN. And then 1 week from tonight, we'll have the Dodgers again as they take on the New York Mets. It's not going to be a great battle in the American League East. The Yankees and the Red Sox, the Rays have made some moves as well to try to bolster their chances. The Red Sox and the Yankees both lost today. The Red Sox losing to Kansas City. Well, the Royals are making a lot of noise. The Yankees lost to the Rays. So Yankees are a half game up on the Red Sox and just 3.5 up on Tampa Bay as Joe Panik bounces one up the middle for a leadoff base hit. Meanwhile, a significant moment in baseball a little bit earlier today. Adrian Beltre becoming the 31st player in baseball history to join the 3,000 hit club. He did it on a 3-0 pitch, double down the left field line. Undeniably one of the game's great all-time third basemen, combining the hits, the power, the defense, the longevity. He was in the big leagues at the age of 19 and was a regular and a good one at the age of 20. And we talked about Cooperstown and Bagwell and Raines and Rodriguez going in. This guy will be there, you would think, 5 years after he retires. Look at this. Talk about finding a hole, finding some green. Hunter Pence loops one into shallow center. 2 on, nobody out. And the exact guy at the plate Bruce Bochy would have wanted the plate in this situation after that loop single by Pence. Now Buster Posey will come up.
Off the end of the bat, I thought this was going to be a play that Kike Hernandez was going to be able to make. I think he initially thought it was going to be well out of his reach, so he kind of slowed up just a little bit once Forsythe couldn't get it out there in that no man's land. And now a great opportunity for the middle of the Giants lineup.
The Giants have hit into 3 double plays already tonight in the 3rd, 4th, and 6th. Hyunjin Ryu and Madison Bumgarner have been trading zeros all night long.
Again, one thing Ryu has not done a lot of tonight to these right-handed hitters is come inside with the fastball. It's been primarily, he's mixed in the breaking ball, but it's been fastball and changeup away. Just like that right there. There's the changeup. You would expect in this spot that I think Posey's looking out over the plate. And you can almost, as a right-handed hitter, the way it's going, hit off the changeup, and if it's away, you can still handle the fastball.
Posey not thrilled with that call, and it's 1-2.
Well, that's off the plate away with the cut fastball. And Posey, right out of the hand, sees this as a ball, and Ryu works it almost back to the edge. It doesn't quite get there, though, but he gets the call.
Change up in the dirt, 2-2.
You look at that changeup grip, and a good job by Barnes of keeping that in front, keeping that force play and double play in order.
How good he has been.
Yeah.
For this Dodgers club.
One other game going on tonight between the Rockies and the Nationals. We showed you the home runs from Lind and Goodwin a little bit earlier on tonight. The Nationals still leading that game 3-1, now bottom 7 in Washington. That's the second game of a doubleheader. Colorado won the opener 10-6 today.
You got to be careful continuing to go away against Posey. I mean, he is selling out away, and
as he should.
Absolutely. But I think a hitter of his caliber to continue to go out there, I think you're playing into his hands. But you've been so effective out there, and you really haven't established the inside part of the plate to go there and make a mistake at this point you understand the predicament.
Runners are going, and the ball hit in the air to right field. Puig going back. He'll make the catch. Panic hustled back to second. Now tags up, heads to third, and is in there ahead of the throw. Panic's going to be winded. We got almost all the way to third, then all the way back to second, and then back to third again.
What was interesting about this was as Posey hit this ball, and he obviously hits it well to right, he realized that Panic wasn't tagging up and started pointing out at second and yelling at him to get back. You see Phil Nevin, the third base coach, yelling at Panic to get back and tag up. And the great throwing arm of Puig, if that thing is online,
they get him.
They probably get Panic, and that's would have been a big time base running mistake.
So first and third, one out. A great opportunity now for the Giants to score the game's first run. And the batter will be Brandon Crawford, who has struck out and lined out. He's driven in 53 runs on the season. In the air, left center field. Catch is made. Here comes the runner. Here comes the throw, and he's out easily at the plate to end the inning. Kike Hernandez gets Panic at the plate easily.
4 double plays now turned in by the Dodgers. More winning baseball to cut down a run on a great throw from Hernandez.
On the money, on the fly. The inning, so it remains scoreless as we go to the bottom of the 7th.
You get guys like Austin Barnes up to bat right now, and obviously Kike Hernandez on deck, but this is what this team just epitomizes how great they have been because of that depth. This is a backup catcher that's up to bat right now, but he's been so much more than that. He's been a pinch hitter, a pinch runner. He had a couple stolen bases Friday night, was kind of in the mix of all their run scoring innings. He can run, he can play a little second base. Gives them the ability to move, mix, match, do a lot with Kike Hernandez even in center field tonight. Jock Peterson, the primary center fielder, but to put him in there.
So much versatility. I mean, it's remarkable, and they've been able to beat you in so many different ways.
And they can swing the bat too, so it's not just the defense.
Barnes, Hernandez, Puig, Ryu, the pitcher, due up 4th this inning. Bumgarner at 82 pitches right now. 4th start since coming off the DL. Pretty well hit to right center field. Pence still going back and makes the catch on the track.
He got a bad jump on that initially, made a good recovery to make that, but it almost went over his head. And look at him saying, I didn't see it off the bat. That's exactly what he just signaled to Span, but watch his first route. And now he makes a right turn to go back to get it, but he got lucky because then going into the wall, make the grab, shows his athleticism, but that ball almost got in because of his initial reaction, his first couple steps.
Beautiful night, but at times a little bit difficult. The sun earlier, now twilight now to pick up the ball quickly in the sky.
This is that time of night, especially that the infielders have to play a role. Any ball hit to the outfielder, you got to be pointing it out because it is very easy to lose balls in that sky right this time of night.
No runs, 5 hits for the Giants. No runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. Dodgers won 6-4 Friday, 2-1 yesterday.
Kike with the reaction on that pitch on the inner half, and this is where Bumgarner does such a good job. You mentioned Ryu struggling to get into righties. Well, Madison Bumgarner has no problem at all going in the kitchen. A lot of these right-handed batters.
Kike's taken exception really all weekend with the strike zone. Had a long conversation with Larry Vanover after his strikeout back in the second. You can still frustrated with some calls that have gone against him.
Two and two.
Well, right now, 2 strikes. You know he's going to go back in there. And you see Kike stepping out, taking a big, deep breath and thinking, I have to protect that inner half, yet not get too out in front because he'll throw that breaking ball, a little slice across the strike zone as well.
Reaches for it, pulls it to third. Safe! Belt came off the bag.
Well, I'm not sure if he came off the bag trying to sell it, which is something you can't do anymore, obviously, with replay, or if this throw does pull him inside just a little bit. Obviously not hit hard. Hernandez gets out of the box really well. Long gets off a good throw. And you see Belt having to deal with the runner. Does he hold the bag? Probably just barely off at first glance. This will be a definitive look at it. I think he's out.
Wow.
I think he's
out. Do
out.
the Giants want to have a look?
I think you got to challenge that.
Doesn't look like they're going to.
Wow.
So the word Bruce Bochy got from their video coach or video coordinator inside was, don't bother. So an infield hit, a potentially big break here for the Dodgers. Hernandez at first. Scored an infield hit. Here's Yasiel Puig go for 2. And Yasmani Grandal has come out of the on-deck circle in Hyunjin Ryu's spot.
Yasiel Puig, probably the lone hitter in this Dodgers lineup. We talked all game long about the adjustments this Dodgers offense has made to left-handed pitching and the improvements. And Puig, his number's still down against lefties, something that he's been trying to work on even pre-game with their hitting coach Turner Ward. Trying to simulate the angle and the left-handed of Turner Ward there, working with him at an angle to try to get inside to Yasiel Puig to make sure that he stays inside the ball, and that's where you see Dave Roberts talking to him about not getting out in front. Being all that fine line of not getting jammed on the fastball.
Yeah, just 160 on the year coming in against left-handed pitching. And for Yasiel, who's had a solid season this year, you see dominating right-handed hitters. And they feel like the Dodgers and Dave Roberts that it's a bit of an aberration. It's just been something that's kind of snowballed because in his career, he's always done a really nice job of handling left-handed pitching.
3-1. Fouled off his foot, drops Puig to the dirt at home plate.
That cut fastball in on the hands of Puig. And again, Bumgarner doing a great job of going in, out, and just continuing to mix it up. You see that cutter just bear in and right in on the shin.
You know there's going to be a bruise. You just hope nothing with the bone. That's what they were checking. That's a lot of pain.
Hernandez running here?
No. Not against the lefty. Certainly a guy that can punch out.
Puig sends it foul out of play.
See, Bumgarner goes back inside, either with the cut fastball or the regular fastball. Puig fouled off his shin.
A little bit bigger lead by Hernandez, not going. Swing and a miss by Puig. 2 down. Let's go back to last half inning, and the play made out in the outfield by Kike Hernandez.
There isn't a position Kike hasn't played besides catcher, and he's known for his arm. Very athletic, but not even a hop. Gets behind it. Perfect throw to be able to put Austin Barnes, the catcher, in a perfect position to be able to tag out a very aggressive Panic, who had tried to already run on Puig. A missed throw. He was able to get to third, and they test the arm of Hernandez, and it's a no-go to end the inning.
Yasmani Grandal comes on to pinch hit for Hyunjin Ryu. So for Ryu, a very good night. 7 shutout innings, 4 double plays behind him helped his cause. Tough job for Grandal to come off the bench and pinch hit against the guys he had virtually no success against.
Yeah, the regular catcher obviously having a real nice season, and another guy that's really improved, the switch hitter against left-handed pitching. Another reason this club has gone to another level this year is, as Jess talked about in the open, their ability to handle left-handed pitching, although Mad Bum having his way with him so far tonight.
Very strong outing by Ryu tonight. Sharp from the get-go. You could say the same about Bumgarner. Josh Fields up in the Dodger bullpen.
Part of that deep bullpen for the Dodgers. We'd be surprised if we saw Kenley Jansen tonight, having pitched back-to-back games in this series.
Boy, a couple of nasty cutters there on the last 2 pitches from Bumgarner to get Grandal and end the inning. End of 7. Still no score. Strikeout number 7 for Bumgarner. To buy Taco Bell's new $1 beefy potato Rito. MLB.com at bat is your #1 mobile app for live baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get club-branded home screen icons and app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcast, statcast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today. Looks like Madison Bumgarner is done for the night. New pitcher for the Dodgers is Josh Fields.
On for the 37th time. You see the fine ERA and whip. Outstanding strikeout to walk ratio. Fastball in the mid-90s will have cut action on it. And there's that curveball. It'll feature usually in the high 70s. Occasional change, but primarily that mid-90s fastball cut curveball combo.
Connor Gillespie pinch hitting for Jay Wong. So it's Gillespie, Brandon Belt, Gorkys Hernandez, then the pitcher spot fourth, if it gets that far. Beach ball action up in some of the upper reaches of Dodger Stadium. Huge crowd again here tonight. Winning like crazy, drawing like crazy. Oh, 2. Gillespie sends a fly ball to deep right field. Puig is back on the track. Gone! Just beyond his outstretched glove. And the Giants have taken the lead.
Well, I think Gillespie might have just hit a pretty good pitch. They come in with the fastball, and that's in on the corner. And Gillespie does a good job of just throwing the hands to the inside part of the plate and getting the barrel to this ball and then keeping it fair. Puig does a good job of timing himself, getting him to the fence, and getting himself to a good position.
He had a shot at this.
Yeah.
He misses it by a couple feet.
I think just a little bit outside his reach, but an outstanding swing off the bench by Gillespie.
So the Giants strike first. Top 8 on the pinch hit home run. Brandon Belt the batter now.
You see Fields with that mid-90s fastball that he likes to ride up in the strike zone and in on the hands of these lefties. He's followed it right up with confidence here to Belt, but tip your cap to Connor Gillespie with a big-time swing.
Gillespie with his 7th career pinch hit home run. Remember, hit a big home run in the wild card game last year for the Giants, and it's 1-0 San Francisco. Dave Roberts told us before the game, no matter what the situation, there's so much confidence in that dugout, given the way that his team has performed this year.
Belt, the 3 swings we've seen on the fastball late on all 3.
Well, that's always been a problem area for him. That good hard fastball up in the strike zone.
Again, the 2-2 up and in, full count. And ball 4. Activity in both bullpens right now. Left-hander Edward Paredes is up for the Dodgers. And over over on the other side, looks like Hunter Strickland will work the bottom of the 8th for the Giants.
And this could be a spot where you may see the Giants ask Gorky's Hernandez to drop a bunt down. You got a pinch hitter Duke coming up next for Bumgarner, and then the top of the order.
Popped it up back to the mound.
And that's one of those times where you probably want to let that ball fall if you're the pitcher. Ball's popped up right to you. If you let that ball fall, you throw to first base to get Hernandez out, and then you get Belt in a rundown. But Fields catches it, and they only get one out of it.
So back to first. Belt, one down here in the top of the 8th, and Dave Roberts is out. Miguel Gomez just been announced as a pinch hitter, and Roberts is going to make the change. We'll step aside. Paredes on his way in for the Dodgers. The Giants have taken a 1-0 lead. The Indians and Red Sox tomorrow night, and again on Wednesday night, and 1 week from tonight we'll see the Dodgers again. They'll take on the Mets at Citi Field next Sunday night. One other game that was going on, the second game of a doubleheader between the Nationals and the Rockies, now a final. Washington has split the doubleheader with Colorado, winning 3-1 in the nightcap. Meanwhile, new pitcher for the Dodgers, rookie left-hander Edward Paredes.
Another lefty for the Dodgers. A guy who's striking out a lot of batters in the minor leagues. Low 90s with the fastball slider. And now we'll turn around Gomez to the right side, where he's just 1 for 9 on the season. As you can see, 59 strikeouts in just over 40 innings between Double and Triple-A.
So two guys who started the year in the minor leagues now dueling here in the big leagues. Gomez was called up on the 7th of July from Double-A, where he was hitting .305 on the season. 24-year-old from the Dominican Republic. The run in on the pinch hit home run by Connor Gillespie. Brandon Belt's at first with a 1-out, top 8. Way outside, and a terrific play by Barnes.
Barnes sees this out of the hand, that it's going to go far to his right, and just does an excellent job of anticipating and
tackling it.
We have a beach ball out in right field. Meanwhile, we understand Mr. Olney's got a trade rumor.
Yeah, guys, folks around baseball have asked the question, if the Dodgers aren't the team to make the deal for you, Darvish, which team would? And Evan Grant of the Dallas Morning News reports that the Cleveland Indians have had conversations with the Rangers about Mr. Darvish.
Slot him in there behind Corey Kluber at the top of that rotation.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind, an executive with another team mentioned this to me the other day, that in order for the Rangers to justify that deal, all they have to do is to get more than the equivalent of a second-round comp pick, which is what they would get if Darvish goes into free agency, they give him a qualifying offer. So that's not necessarily a high bar for the Rangers to decide to make a move.
And of course, they could try to get him back. Even if they trade him away, they could try to sign him back in the offseason.
The old Aroldis Chapman play that the Yankees made during the course of the last winter. That's exactly right. So you swap him now in a season that might be lost. You get some value in return and maybe go after him in the winter.
And we know there's a very strong relationship between Darvish and the Rangers organization and a place that he loves to be. So that's always a possibility.
And we've seen the Cleveland Indians, look, they clearly have identified 2017, 2018 as a window in which they want to take the extra step they didn't make last year when they lost Game 7 of the World Series. With all the additions they've made, Darvish certainly would add more depth to that rotation.
And think about how beat up that Indians team was going into the postseason from a starting standpoint. To be able to go in with Kluber, Carrasco, Yu Darvish, now Salazar coming back, what Clevenger's been, Tomlin's throwing better. There's some serious depth.
And their bullpen,
yes,
boot, which means you can go to them quicker when you get to the postseason, knowing the depth that they have there.
Maybe they jumped in when they saw that the asking price on Darvish might be dropping as we get close to the deadline.
2-2 to Gomez. A breaking ball bounced weakly and foul up the third baseline.
Well, I think another thing to keep in mind too for the Indians is with the Kansas City Royals charging hard now, you know, the division is not a lock. So to be able to add another high impact starter that they can run out there every day, forget the postseason right now, just to be able to go out and win that division again potentially makes some sense from that end too.
Two again. And a ground ball to short. To second one, on to first in time. The Dodgers turn yet another double play. The fifth they have turned here tonight, but it's the Giants with a 1-0 lead.
think if I hadn't have amounted to something, I should have been thrown back. I really had great coaching from my parents as entrepreneurs.
On Saturday, Jerry Jones, the owner of the Cowboys, will pause long enough to take his place among the legends of the game when he is inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. A look behind the curtain at the face of the Dallas Cowboys franchise. Tune into Sports Center tonight with Booch and Anderson after the game for that and more. Bottom 8, 1-0 Giants out of the Giants' pen. Right-hander Hunter Strickland.
Hard throwing right-hander, mid-upper 90s with the fastball, having a strong season out of the pen. 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Only allowed 2 home runs on the season.
Connor Gillespie stays in the game at third base after pinch hitting for Jay Wong and homering for the only run of the night. Top of the order for the Dodgers: Taylor, Seager, Turner. All trying to get information on Strickland from hitting coach Turner Ward.
Something you don't see a lot if you've been watching the Giants this season is the power, the home run. But Connor Gillespie comes in with a very simple short swing. Gets a fastball in the inner half that he drives out over the glove of Puig. And that's been it for this game as far as run production. The Giants have the lead 1-0.
Taylor lifts one high and deep left center field, but caught on the track by Hernandez.
One of those right there at Dodger Stadium that an hour and a half ago, it's probably a home run. As that temperature drops, it changes big time here. It goes from the ball really traveling well in the daytime when it's hot to at nighttime it gets to be a big yard with that marine layer starting to set in. You see the big cut that Taylor almost gets it all, but just does stay in the ballpark.
I think he got it all. He just got under enough to let that marine layer keep it down.
Now Corey Seager 2 for 3 tonight, 7 for 11 in the series, including 2 homers and 2 doubles. Strickland falls behind again. The National League's leading hitter Justin Turner waits on deck. (3-0).
I think if he wants to, he can take a rip at it.
Well, there was no sign coming one way or the other from third base. Ball 4. The Dodgers have the best record in baseball in a number of instances, including in games in which they have trailed at any point. They're basically a 500 team in games in which they've trailed at any point. Another crazy stat, which may or may not come into play tonight, is they've won 51 in a row when they have led at any point in that game. That is a major league record. So in other words, the last 51 times they've had a lead at any point in a game.
And they destroyed that record. I think it was 33, the 1906 Cubs.
Turner 3 for 8 in his career against Strickland, 0 for 3 tonight. Breaking ball for a strike.
Good job of flipping that slider in there. The first one we've really seen this inning, and a dangerous pitch. He got it away enough. Turner, a real good high ball hitter. That's a pitch that you better be careful with up in the zone.
don't think you can fall asleep at a Dodger game. The loudest stadium effects in the sport.
And they don't.
Pretty fired up about their team this year, and with lots of reasons to feel that way. 0-2 the count on Turner. Little chopper back towards the mound. Strickland up with it. 2 down, runner to second.
Good execution by Strickland there. You saw Buster Posey calling for that pitch to be elevated, probably up and out of the strike zone. But he does a good job of not overthrowing it and really locating the pitch at the top or just above the zone to get the weak contact. Although that moves up a runner into scoring position. See how they now pitch, if they pitch to Bellinger.
Very interesting, because you, generally speaking, the book, the code says you don't want to put the winning runner, in this case the go-ahead run, on base, and they're not even going to mess with them. They're just going to put them on and pitch to Forsythe.
Yeah, absolutely the right decision here. The danger that Bellinger is, of course, you've got to take the righty-righty matchup. Especially with Forsythe hitting under 200 against right-handed pitching this year, just 194. Was really a no-brainer move for Bruce Bochy and the Giants.
So the tying run is out at second. The go-ahead run is at first. 2 down in the bottom of the 8th inning, and Strickland facing Forsythe. Wow. Pretty good looking pitch right there, but the call goes the Dodgers' way for ball 1.
You know, I'm not sure if, because I think Posey wanted this up at the top of the strike zone, and the fact that he kind of sits up and then has to reach back down, maybe Larry Vanover sees it as low. That's a strike, and actually Vanover's been a little generous off the plate on that side of the plate tonight.
2-0.
Well, if you're Forsythe, you know where he's going. Set your sights away. Hard. He wants to just work the outside part of the plate to try and get a strike.
Bases are loaded. No activity in the Giants' pen. Dave Righetti, the longtime pitching coach for San Francisco, to the mound. MLB.tv every night, every device. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live. Plus, get a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Well, Strickland has worked himself into a jam. 3 walks, one of them intentional. Bases loaded, 2 down, 1-0 Giants, and the batter is Austin Barnes.
Barnes, who's been a .339 hitter against right-handed pitching, and this is that time of game where it seems like on a nightly basis that Dodger magic has come up. The confidence these guys have in these spots is palpable around this team.
Breaking ball misses badly.
You almost wonder if Barnes is taking, at this point, 5 consecutive balls, misses, big misses. The bases loaded. Make him throw a strike.
George Contos getting loose. Fly ball to right field. And the Dodgers will leave the bases loaded in the bottom of the 8th. Tonight here in Los Angeles, Connor Gillespie coming off the bench, pinch hitting in the top of the 8th inning and sending a ball to deep right field. Yasiel Puig giving it all he had back at the fence, just a foot or two beyond his reach. Pinch hit home run for Gillespie is the only run of the ball game to this point. The Giants take a 1-0 lead to the top of the 9th. Paredes back in the game for the Dodgers. Denard Span is the hitter.
Paredes probably on staying in to face the first 2 hitters, both lefties to start this inning. Josh Ravin getting loosened up in the Dodger pen, probably for Hunter Pence. So we got to look at Madison Bumgarner back on the bench, hoping to cheer on this victory.
Quickly 0-2 on Span, who's 0 for 3 tonight. Giants hitting into 5 double plays tonight, but they've still got a 1-0 lead. And that's all for Span, 1 down.
Well, an exciting night for Madison Bumgarner and the Giants, as their ace was outstanding, and he did it a lot with the cut fastball, where he really commanded both sides of the plate so well, dominating guys on the inside part with that cutter, but also working it to the outside part of the plate as he would start it off and bring it to the outer half. He had elite command to both sides of the plate with all of his pitches, and it very much looks like the ace of the Giants is back and feeling strong.
Joe Panik is 2 for 3 tonight. A lot of movement on that breaking ball, sinks it down and away, and it's 2-0. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th, the Dodgers will have the bottom third of the order scheduled. Kike Hernandez, Yasiel Puig, and then a pinch hitter. Got the likes of Jock Peterson and Chase Utley available.
And I think you could likely see them both. Probably a hitter maybe for Kike Hernandez. So we might see both Utley and Peterson with Sam Dyson.
Filling in as the closer for the Giants with Mark Melanson on the DL. Popped up into shallow center field. 2 down. And here comes Dave Roberts, and he'll make the move for the right-hander. He wants Ravin to face Pence. So we'll step aside. 2 down and the base is empty. 1-0 Giants leading in the top of the 9th. Top Rank Boxing, Saturday night, 10 Eastern on ESPN. 2 down, 9th inning. The Giants lead 1-0. Dave Roberts gets the right-hander Josh Raven to face Hunter Pence.
Big right-hander, just on for the 3rd time since being recalled. Done a nice job in his couple of outings. Big fastball, mid upper 90s. A slider to go along with it.
Pence tonight 1 for 3, had a base hit his last time up. Giants trying to salvage the final game of this 3-game series. We'll see the Dodgers again 1 week from tonight on the East Coast as they take on the New York Mets. That's our Sunday night game 1 week from tonight. Madison Bumgarner terrific tonight. Hyunjin Ryu terrific. Pence chopper Turner. That's the inning. So we will go to the bottom of the 9th. Yasiel Puig due to hit 2nd in the inning, and the Dodgers will be facing Sam Dyson. The Giants with a 1-0 lead. Connor Gillespie with a pinch hit home run, the only run of the ball game.
Got to this fastball up in the zone that they wanted away. It leaked over, but still got to the corner. But just a great job with 2 strikes of pulling those hands in and getting the barrel to it and hitting with power and keeping it fair. The big blow of the night for the Giants so far.
On to close, or attempt to close for the Giants, is the former Texas Ranger, Sam Dyson.
Well, really struggled at the start of the year with the Rangers, but has been pretty effective so far with the Giants. Heavy sinking fastball when he's right, and gets great tumble on that mid-90s sinker. He'll mix in a cutter and a changeup that the bottom really falls out of as well when he's right.
Chase Utley comes on to pinch hit for Kike Hernandez. So it'll be Utley, Puig, and then we would assume Jock Peterson in the pitcher spot. And there's part of the basis for our reception. Puig with 19 home runs on the season.
18 of those coming against right-handed pitchers.
A little up and away, a ball and a strike.
And a 4-seamer there from Dyson. Again, you saw Buster Posey, as we've seen him do a number of times tonight, ask for the ball up in the zone just to give them a 4-seam look up in the zone. Now possibly that changeup. Where Dyson was having some major problems early in the year with the Rangers because of that sinker and the changeup, where he gets such great north-south action when he's right. He's had a lot more side-to-side movement and making it more of a flat pitch, especially to left-handed hitters. Got to get on top of that thing and get it going north and south. There's the cutter to show him something in on the hands.
Got to be tough as a hitter. You could see the 4-seamer up, the 2-seamer away, or the cutter in.
Yeah, but I think that's a pitch now you just want to disregard if you're Utley, especially here with 2 strikes. This is kind of a show pitch. It probably ends up being a ball and not a bread and butter pitch necessarily for Dyson. I think you sell out, sinker, off speed, kind of down and away.
Got one down and away, but chopped it to third. Got to hurry. They don't get him. Utley beats it out.
Utley gets a great jump out of the box, and Gillespie, this is a challenging play for a third baseman. When it's hit softly to him and it's kind of an in-between hop, it takes him a second to kind of gather himself. And once he double pumps, Utley taking nothing for granted, busting it down the line. That extra crow hop costs him. Utley still runs pretty well and clearly beats that throw across the diamond.
That's what Dave Roberts talked about, is guys coming off the bench, knowing their role. Chase Utley been that guy, but to come in, miss-hit a ball, and get down the line to get them a base runner, huge.
Tying run aboard. Here's Yasiel Puig. Runner goes. Puig takes a strike, throw down, not in time.
And that's just taking advantage and knowing a scouting report. And when you're the Dodgers, there's zero fear. You're going out to win baseball games. Utley knows the book on Dyson is he's a little bit slow to home plate. He wastes no time. He gets an outstanding jump. And I think that foot definitely does get in ahead of the tag by Panic. A good job by Buster Posey of making this closer than I thought it would be, because Utley got a great jump.
5th of the season for Utley. Deafening noise here at Dodger Stadium. Tying run in scoring position with nobody out in the bottom of the 9th.
Remember, Puig fouled off that ball on his shin on that front foot. Ended up striking out on a pitch on the inner half.
And look for Dyson to try and bury that sinker in on his hands.
Went away with a cutter, a ball and a strike.
And I think that's just a show him pitch, because he wants to bury that sinker, I think, in on the hands. Worst case scenario, Puig would love to get something that he could drive the other way. And Dyson, I think, wants to play against that.
Big swing and a miss, 1-2.
They stay away again. He went cutter, and now he goes sinker, and he works it to the outer half of the plate. And Puig not really close to it. Probably himself thinking about that heavy sinker in.
Ground ball weakly hit to third, and it will go foul. Gillespie lifting his bare hand up at the last moment, realizing he didn't have a play at first, and it worked out for him.
Yeah, great choice. Knowing Puig gets down the line well, if he barehands this ball, he's got no chance at Yasiel Puig. Now the risk is it's hit hard enough that if he lets that go and Crawford's not backing him up hard and that stays fair, you got all kinds of problems. But a good decision by Gillespie. I think you want to go for the punch out here. Try and get him to chase something off the plate.
Which he wouldn't do. 2-2. Outside again.
Two outstanding takes. First the sinker just off the plate away, and then they go to the cut fastball that he starts on the plate. Puig with the discipline to lay off and run this count full.
The middle, a base hit. Utley getting the wave, and this game is tied.
Night after night, this Dodgers team never says quit, has come back, tied and taken leads on more balls in late innings. Yasiel Puig does a great job with 2 strikes, getting himself to this full count to get a strike on a shortened swing after he took a bigger hack on the first strike to get a base hit up the middle. The Dodgers tie it up.
Nobody more fired up than Puig.
It's a great at bat. I mean, and we highlighted, you know, he smokes a ball off his shin in the previous at bat. You could tell him kind of feeling the effects of that and understanding he's dealing with that sinker to cut down on that swing there and just bounce it back through the box. What an at bat.
And we'll see if Puig is running like Utley was.
I think if you get that big delivery to home plate, I think the answer's got to be absolutely. And if nothing else, you force Dyson to alter his delivery, which in turn could lend himself to a mistake. Puig with 11 stolen bases and 13 attempts on the year. He sees that big kick to home plate. He should be off to the races.
Not going. Swing and a miss by Jock Peterson.
This is a look at that two-seam fastball. It starts over the middle of the plate. You're going to see it sink and run away from the bat of Peterson. As you said, Booney, that's when Dyson is at his best, when it has that north to south depth and then a little bit of run.
See if Peterson makes a little adjustment here. Coming off the bench, fresh into the game. Big situation, big swing in that first pitch. You saw him kind of step out though and take his helmet off and kind of try and slow himself down. Obviously always a big swinger, but there it felt like a little more controlled.
Yeah, that's the controlled Jock
Yes.
Peterson, which is probably more like 92% instead of 100, but tough for him to get down to a Puig type swing that he got on his base hit.
There he goes. And the 0-2 fouled back by Peterson.
Another great jump. And Dyson really just unable to speed it up right now. And I mean, this bag is there when he picks up the leg like that. That bag is there to be had at any point. You see Puig like, I had that no problem, but obviously with 2 strikes, Peterson's can't be letting anything go. I mean, this is a comfortable situation. As comfortable a situation if you're a base stealer, because it's not a great move to first base. You know he's slow, so you're confident that all I have to do is get a decent break. Even with Posey, who throws extremely well, I just need to get comfortable in my lead, and then it's go time.
Puig's base hit has tied the game. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 9th. Going. And a bouncing ball to first. Belt's only play is to first. Winning run to second. And now back to the top of the order for the Dodgers. Chris Taylor will be the batter as Bruce Bochy looks on with the concern of a man who has seen his team lose a lot of tough games this year.
And now with 1 out, if you're Dyson, you've got to vary your looks a little bit. You don't want to just let Puig get a walking lead out there now at second base and try and steal third with just 1 out.
Taylor takes a strike. 0 for 4 tonight.
Just missed the home run in his last at bat.
Puig dancing around a lot out there, not going, and Taylor takes outside, a ball and a strike. Taylor trying to win it for the Dodgers here. 1-1 tied, bottom 9. Puig is accomplishing his goal right now. He's in the head of Dyson.
Well, he was going right there. He was trying to just crow hop kind of into his lead, and he was going to be off there. And Dyson saw that, saw him trying to time him up, and does a good job of at least just throwing a little inside move bluff at him to shut him down.
Panic trying to keep him close if he can. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Now Puig with those 11 stolen bases on the year, only one of those has come up third base, and he's only stolen 2 in his career third base. So some people think it's easier to steal third, but it's definitely a different kind of an art form to it. But you can tell he's working hard out there to maybe try and get that jump.
Taylor under both these last swings. He's got a lot of options though with one out. Hits anything in the air, the outfield way in to be able to throw out Puig. But if Chris Taylor gets under anything right now, a good chance he can get it over the heads of these outfielders.
The inning beginning with an infield hit for pinch hitter Chase Utley. A soft ground ball to third, and Connor Gillespie got caught in between a little bit. Double clutch, double pump, couldn't get it out quickly enough. Utley credited with a base hit. Just as big is Utley stealing second immediately. And then a great at bat by Puig, driving him in with an RBI single. Puig now at second with 1 down. Count is full.
And Panic and Dyson, for that matter, doing a good enough job of varying those looks, Panic jockeying him enough to keep him from getting that great jump at second.
Puig still dancing. 3-2. And yes, he did. 2 down.
Well, it's the pitches that set this up. He went down and away, but comes back to the elevated fastball, and you can tell Taylor not wanting to commit, the cut fastball. So it gets a little bit of cut, but the elevation is what kind of holds up. You see Taylor almost a check swing, even though it ends up a strike.
And the Giants are going to put Seager on. They intentionally walk him. And it'll be Dyson and Turner. Turner's popped up twice and grounded out back to the mound twice. Tough night for the National League's leading hitter.
Well, and this just speaks to how good this Dodger team is. Definitely the right move, I think, to put on Seager, who's worn out the Giants all weekend. But you got the league's leading hitter up now with a chance to win this game.
Dodgers have had 8 walk-off wins this year. Only Oakland has more. The A's have had 9. Winning run at second with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th.
I think if you're Turner right here and you've been kind of watching how he's attacked all these hitters, he really hasn't come in on purpose very often. It's been sinker, cutter, but mostly working to the glove side, to the outside part of the plate.
Dyson and Turner with the game on the line. Fouled it back 0-1.
And that's the pitch I think he's got to make. That's a well executed, heavy sinking fastball that he starts on the inner half. And this is really the first time he's done this. And you see that thing just bore in. And if you can establish that, Then it opens up that outside part of the plate.
The 0-1. Crawford's got it, but everybody's safe. Keeping it on the infield, saved it. The bases are loaded.
Well, Gillespie just knocking it down, even if he didn't get to it, was what saved this game. He doesn't get a piece of it. It doesn't allow Crawford to come across and be able to keep it in the infield. Gillespie does a good job. Ball in the hole. See it just nip the glove there, which keeps it able for Crawford to be able to field it.
Puig watching all the way, had to stop at third. And now with the bases loaded and 2 down, it'll be Cody Bellinger. Everybody standing at Dodger Stadium. Puig dancing down the line at third. Swing and a miss. Bellinger 0-1. A frenzied atmosphere here in the bottom of the ninth at Dodger Stadium. Puig tied it. All Bumgarner can do now is look on from the dugout. 0-2.
And he got away with a little bit of one there. He wanted that ball in on the hands after starting him in there and tying him up. Posey jumps back in there, but he misses up and out over the plate. But at 97 miles an hour, able to just enough be able to get that pitch past him up in the strike zone.
Lifted in the air to shallow left field. And we're going to extra innings at Dodger Stadium. The Dodgers tie it, but cannot win it. We'll go to the 10th. Serta, always comfortable. And we're going to extra innings here at Dodger Stadium. Top 10 in a 1-1 tie. The Giants get a run in the top of the 8th on the pinch hit home run by Connor Gillespie. The Dodgers come back with an RBI single from Yasiel Puig in the bottom of the 9th, but leave the bases loaded. And hard throwing right-hander Brandon Morrow now into the game.
Yeah, hard throwing, I say. We'll probably see triple digits at some point. And what a dominating reliever he's been. A .65 whip, and look at the strikeout to walk ratio, 27-2, upper 90s. Will touch triple digits with that fastball, mix in a cutter in the low 90s, and a slider.
Changes in the field for the Dodgers. Chase Utley stays in the game at first base, and Jock Peterson, who also pinch hit, remains in the game in center field. So Morrow inserted into Cody Bellinger's spot, the cleanup spot. And here we go, top 10. Buster Posey leads it off. Walked in the second, struck out in the fourth, flied out in the seventh. Brandon Crawford waiting on deck. Brandon Morrow, 33 years of age, been around for a while, broke in with the Mariners back in 2007, also has been a Blue Jay and a Padre before joining the Dodgers this year.
He's been both a starter and a reliever, and always outstanding stuff, but just has had a hard time putting it together, especially as a starting pitcher, but really settling in here the last couple of years as a reliever.
And a base hit through the right side for Posey.
This is where Posey not only an understanding of the strike zone, but what to do with strikes within the zone. This is pitches up, actually out of the zone. It just does a nice job of meeting it because he just gets to contact, able to just drive it through the opposite field for a base hit.
So leadoff man aboard for the Giants, and now here's Brandon Crawford, 0 for 3 tonight, and 0 for 4 in his career against Morrow. Short lead Posey, and Crawford fouls it off to the left.
Guys, I remember a conversation I had with Mike Martin, who was Buster Posey's college coach at Florida State, and I asked him about his approach to hitter. He said, simple, fastballs away, pulls breaking balls. And that's pretty much what he's been throughout his entire major league career.
About as steady a superstar as there is in the game, and about as understated a superstar as there is in the game. 0-2.
There is 100 miles an hour from Brandon Morrow. That pitch right down the middle at 100, able to blow it past Crawford.
So this is what they mean by guys stuff playing up out of the bullpen.
Triple digits. He's got that slider too. And that's been a big part of his success because he's had a lot of injuries really since 2012 and had a phenomenal season this year because he's healthy. He told me before the game it's that slider. It's finally got the depth he was missing. It is incredible, though, how many guys out of the bullpen can hit 98, 99, 100.
Well, especially on this Dodger team. I mean, there's 4 or 5 guys down there that are routinely mid-upper 90s. And there's that slider. That's the one you got to be able to lay off against Morrow if you're going to have a chance. With 2 strikes, they'll start that pitch in the zone and just bury it down and in. We've seen Crawford chase some breaking balls tonight, able to lay off that pitch there.
Runner goes. 2-2. Swung on and missed by Crawford, and there is no throw down to second as Posey takes a bag.
Good job of reading the situation. Morrow not paying much attention at all. They did 1 throw over. But you see that big, deliberate leg kick from Morrow. They're not thinking Posey'd be running. He gets a great jump. No chance for Barnes to even make a throw.
Second stolen base on the season for Posey. 1 down in the inning. The batter now is Gillespie, whose pinch hit home run in the 8th inning gave the Giants a 1-0 lead. Seager playing right behind Posey, trying to keep him close as Gillespie takes a strike. Over the head of Morrow, here comes Seager to make the play. 2 down, runner to third. And it'll be left up to Brandon Belt. And Aaron, you talked about the last time he was up, how he can have trouble with that good fastball up and in. And Morrow's got a great fastball if he can locate it well against Belt.
Yep, look for them to continue to attack the top of the strike zone. No, they're going to put him on, though.
An intentional walk will leave it up to Gorkys Hernandez. So they'd rather go after the right-hand hitting Hernandez. Now runners at first and third with 2 down. Turner, the third baseman, playing in on the cut of the grass. And Utley holding on Belt at first. Oh, 0-1. Consistently at 99 miles per hour.
You know, I have no real issue with them putting Brandon Belt on to get to Gorkys Hernandez, but in this situation where just a hit is needed.
Popped up. Utley's got room. Inning over. Giants leave a couple of men on. Dodgers looking for a run to win it. Going bottom 10. Inning tonight here at Dodger Stadium before pinch hitter Connor Gillespie sends one just beyond the reach of the Yasiel Puig in right field. 1-0 Giants, but bottom 9. Puig gets in on the act. An RBI single to bring home Chase Utley with a tying run. On to extra innings and on to the bottom of the 10th here in Los Angeles. 1-1 tie. Dodgers and Giants as right-hander Corey Guerin enters the game now for San Francisco.
Corey Guerin, kind of a low 3/4 with his delivery. He'll work in the sinking fastball, a slider he'll throw about 1/3 of the time, and he'll also mix in a changeup. The walks have been an issue for him a little bit this year, even though it's been an outstanding season with that .225 earned run average. You see 26 walks in 48 innings, and one thing Forsythe will do, he knows the strike zone pretty well. He will typically make you come into the strike zone.
There is an anticipation, though, in the bottom half of these innings because of the confidence not only the Dodgers team has in this team's ability to score runs, take the lead, get the win, but the fans know it too, and they've done it especially even just this last week against the Twins, against the Giants Friday night.
Fly ball right center, but on the warning track, Span is there for the first out.
Forsythe just missing that pitch away, puts a beautiful swing on it, hits it to one of the deepest parts of this park. Otherwise, this game is over. And it's a shortened swing, but he does a good job of going to this at bat. Bunny, you mentioned he has a nice idea. The strike zone obviously was looking away, got what he wanted, hit it the way he wanted, just didn't get out of here.
Now Austin Barnes, the catcher. And a strike over the inside edge, 0-1. Barnes tonight 0 for 4, 4 fly ball outs, 3 to right, 1 to center. Chase Utley on deck, the guy who got things started in the bottom of the ninth. Breaking ball away, 1-1.
And with one out here, Connor Gillespie down there at third, shading the line. He's playing a no double situation. Outfield playing a little deeper than usual, especially to the off field. Gorky Hernandez not that deep in straightaway left field.
Hit hard to right, but right at Pence, 2 down.
Number 26, Chase Utley.
So here's Utley. The infield hit stole a base and came in on the Puig RBI single.
He's the reason this game is tied. I mean, yeah, Puig got the hit, but Utley manufactured that with his speed, his reads. A great job off the bench last inning.
2 for 2 in his career against Guerin.
Looks it over into the mid, 0-1.
As Guerin, for the first time, takes a little bit off. A little changeup. Not much difference in velocity off his fastball. That sinking fastball, usually around 90, 91. A changeup there at 85 miles an hour. So not a big spread to cover if you're a hitter.
Oh! Just down, a ball and a strike.
Utley known for really having a short, almost abbreviated swing, not a big follow through guy. He's going to start with those hands real low in the zone. He doesn't get that big, huge kick. A quick pitch there by Guerin. Utley was lucky to foul it off.
Got a little smirk on his face as he thinks it over. 1-2 the count with 2 down and the base is empty. And the pitch. Up, stairs. 2-2 now on Utley.
Well, and after a couple of changeups to start off this bat, now a couple of hard fastballs trying to climb the ladder there. We'll see if now he thinks about going back to that changeup. And Utley is a guy, even with 2 strikes, will certainly sit on a pitch. And after going up, yep, I think it's right back to the changeup. Although Guerin shook him.
Shook him again.
Yep, he wants the fastball away. And I like the fastball away in this situation for Guerin, because after showing him a couple of fastballs, that last one going up, I'm sure Utley in the back of his mind is thinking possibly changeup now.
The 2-2. Ripped foul right side.
If he was thinking changeup, that was a great reaction. A 93 on the hands.
Sometimes, and this sounds a little contradictory, but I always felt like the times I would look changeup, if I got a fastball in, I would react properly, and I could do something like that. The fastball away when I was sitting off speed would freeze me.
Looks like changeup here.
Yeah.
Missed away, full count. Three-two. Not where he wanted to locate that pitch. But Utley bounces it foul.
Now, though, if you're Utley, obviously, as we said, he's faced him a couple times with a couple of hits, and now he's deep in this at bat. He's seen a lot of pitches from him, and he's seen all his pitches. So there's probably some comfort with the timing and with the speed of the pitches. And I think the longer the at bat goes, the more comfortable and the more it tends to favor the hitter.
Full count pitch again. Behind him for ball 4.
And Bruce Bochy kind of doing a double take. Is this another changeup or is that a slider? That's a slider, the first one of those we've seen. He just tried to probably bury it down and in on his feet to see if he could get a chase, but just missed badly, obviously, with it.
So now remember, Utley stole a base the last time he was on. Will he be thinking about running here? Here's Yasiel Puig, who's had good success, 2 for 4 with a homer against Guerin. Utley not going, and Puig rips one into center, a base hit. Utley around second, puts the brakes on. Another base hit for Puig. Winning run up to second.
Well, that's some serious exit velocity right there. This ball is laced, and we've seen the right-handed hitters for the Dodgers in this inning against that sinking fastball really come up aggressive, and that's the 3rd ball hit by a righty off the screws this inning against Guerin. See that short swing, bat in the hitting zone a long time.
.106 miles an hour off the bat, so it's first and second, 2 down. Winning run at second, and the batter is Jock Peterson, his second at bat of the night, grounded out last inning. A look back, and now the first pitch. And a swing and a fly ball down the left field line, back out of play. Was it a strike? Peterson wants to know from Larry Vanover.
And one thing, if you're Peterson here, there's some comfort in getting to watch him work against Utley 2 hitters before. And Utley seeing a ton of pitches, you kind of see how they attack another left-handed hitter. You kind of get an idea of the spread of the 2 pitches, primarily that sinker and the changeup that he used primarily with Utley. Back and forth, back and forth.
The 0-1 way outside. Couple of fly ball outs to start the inning, then a walk to Utley, a base hit for Puig, and a 1-1 count on Peterson. The Dodgers trying to get 43 games above the 500 mark. And a bouncer to second. And we'll go to the 11th. Dodgers threaten but can't capitalize. On we go to inning number 11. Dodger Stadium, Hyunjin Ryu goes 7 scoreless innings for the Dodgers, and Madison Bumgarner did the same for the Giants. So it's in the hands of the bullpens. And Connor Gillespie launched one just beyond the reach of Yasiel Puig. Make it a 1-0 top 8, but then Puig would tie it up with an RBI single in the bottom of the 9th. And on to the 11th here now at Dodger Stadium. A lot of similarity between the lines for Bumgarner and Ryu tonight. Shelby Tomlinson will pinch hit in the pitcher spot to lead off the 11th for the Giants. Tomlinson then back to the top of the order for Span and Panic. Utility infielder Tomlinson can also play in the outfield a little bit. And laces one into center field off Morrow for a base hit.
And can also run. 5 stolen bases in 5 attempts on the year, and we saw Morrow in the last inning. Real slow to home plate, and actually right on cue though. Dave Roberts going to come out and make the move.
Left-hander Luis Avilan will come into the game to face Span and Panic. Leadoff man aboard for the Giants here in the 11th. Giants and Dodgers, both teams with chances to do a little bit more offensively than they've done. But here we are in the 11th. The new pitcher on for the Dodgers. With a leadoff man aboard for the Giants here in the 11th inning. It's left-hander Luis Avilan.
On for the 45th time. Been a heavy worker. Pretty good strikeout to walk ratio there. He does it with a low to mid-90s fastball, changeup, and then a curveball that he'll use to left-handed hitters. And as you can see, has had his way in his career with Denard Span. Hitless in 12 at-bats.
Span 0 for 4 on the night. A couple of strikeouts and a couple of ground balls. One of them into a double play. Way in at third is Turner as Avilan checks on the runner at first.
And I would expect to see, depending on how long the at-bat is, a fair amount of throwing over there.
Span pulls the bat back and he takes ball one.
Turner in aggressively at third base, and Utley, once Avilan is going home, is coming in aggressively as well. The Dodgers on their corners, if Span does lay one down, they're thinking in terms of being aggressive and trying to get that lead runner. You got to be careful with the hitter to get in there too aggressive.
Pulls the bat back again, but this time he takes a strike.
And you got to be a little bit careful now with a strike on. It's not a given that that bunt's going to be back on, as Phil Nevin flashes the signs over there, and you see Justin Turner looking over on the bench. Just how aggressive do you want him to play this? Span very adept at going the other way too, so you got to be careful about being overly aggressive, especially now that there is a strike against him.
That one almost hit him. It's a foul ball, says Vanover. Span's acting as if he got hit, but it will be a strike, and 1-2 will be the count.
Yeah, it got his hand, his left hand. You see where it's at on the barrel. It's probably going to get the top thumb. As he grips the bat.
And he offered at it, so that's a strike one way or the other. But the concern is for the well-being of Span's thumb right now, and can he continue?
Yeah, and it just kind of looks like it pinched it. Just kind of catching the tip of it there.
It's actually better that it get his thumb than his fingers that were below. That's usually what you see when guys get hit.
Clearly going to hit the bat here, but also just kind of clip that thumb right away.
Got the batting glove back on. Seems okay to continue. Well, does that 100% take the bunt out of the equation right now that it's gone to 2 strikes? Or is there a chance that Bochy leaves it on?
I think it takes it off. You know, Turner's still going to honor it and play in even with the grass or even with the bag, which I think is the right move.
Tomlinson, the runner at first, aboard on a base hit to lead off the inning. Tied at 1 here in the 11th.
Avilan of the Dodgers just seeing if, for sure, if Span is not giving himself up anymore, trying to get a read. Span didn't tip his hands, and there does look like he's probably swinging the bat. And now Turner is backed off just a little bit more over there at third base, a couple of feet behind the grass now.
There he goes. Pitch is inside. Throw down is not in time.
Well, good job after the throw over. The Giants and Tomlinson roll the dice. He gets a great jump. Really no chance for Barnes. Once he's going on first move with Tomlinson's speed, he's able to beat that easily. And a good job by Span with 2 strikes of laying off that pitch up and in, allowing Tomlinson to get in there easily.
It's crazy how different slides are now because of the replay rule and the fact, or that you can look at the replay, because usually you'd see his foot come up and you saw him just drag it.
Grimacing a little bit.
Yeah,
looked like he was in some discomfort.
Yeah, because you're having to keep your foot and almost bend your leg back.
So now can Span at least get a ground ball to the right side, try to advance the runner that way?
Well, one thing he does is he's very good at putting the ball in play. He would love to pull it to that side, but with Seager shading way up the middle, he's almost just got to put it on the ground, because anything, ideally, obviously, he wants to try and pull the ball, but even if he hits a ball to the left side, if Turner's got to move for the ball at all, it should allow Tomlinson to get over. And then if the ball's behind him, it should still allow Tomlinson with his speed to get to third base.
Pedro Baez now up in the bullpen, probably for Pence, a couple of batters away. Giants trying to break the tie here in the top of the 11th. Foul ball.
Guys, are Jesse Rogers, who covers the Cubs for ESPN 1000 Chicago, reporting that the Cubs are working on a deal that would get them Justin Wilson and Alex Avila for Heimer Candelario and a prospect and a player to be named later, or cash. That deal is not final. The players have not been informed, but that's what's in the works.
Wilson and Avila, of course, with the Tigers. That would be a couple of good pickups for the Cubs.
Huge. And I mean, adding Avila, we talked about Wilson and what he can add to the bullpen, but to get a catcher behind Contreras, a veteran guy that has that experience,
and is having a great offensive season from the left side of the plate.
Again, the 2-2. And Span fights it off, forces Avilan to throw another pitch.
Well, Span doing a nice job after not offering at the first strike when he was up there bunting, and then that ball running in on his thumb. He's laid off some pitches, got it to 2-2, and those last 2 pitches, a good job of rolling his hands over at the breaking ball that he hit just foul down the first base line, and then pretty good pitch down and in there that he's able to spoil.
Another 2-2 and another foul off by Span.
Span with 44 strikeouts and 316 at bats this year, so certainly by today's standards, especially not a big strikeout guy. 10th lowest in the National League, that strikeout rate. And seeing all these pitches lefty on lefty, you feel like there's at least some comfort that he knows and believes he can put this ball in play. Can he do it and move the runner?
Tomlinson the lead off second, Seager right behind him. Avilan sets. Runner going, got a great break. Hit sharply to second. Tomlinson will put the brakes on at third. End result probably didn't change things, but man, did Tomlinson get a break off second base.
He sure did. I mean, obviously he's got the ball base stolen, but with 2 strikes, you got to just compete up there, and Span finishes off a really nice at bat by getting a good piece of this and hitting it hard to the right side. But with less than 2 outs now, getting that go-ahead run 90 feet away.
And it'll bring up Joe Panik, who is 2 for 4 on the night.
And now you force the Dodgers infield to have to play in.
So Tomlinson, good speed at third. Panic trying to get something through the infield or in the air to the outfield deep enough to bring home the go-ahead run. And he will. Lines it into center for a base hit, and the Giants have taken the lead.
As much as this Giants offense has struggled this season, what they do continue to do well with the types of swings they have, they might not have the power, but they definitely have abbreviated, shortened swings, the ability to take a fastball in the inner half, as Panic does here, and just plops it where he needs to. Runner at third base, get them an RBI, and take the lead here in the 11th.
It's such a good job, Jess, of handling a difficult pitch, too. That's with no strikes, not trying to do too much. Really impressive job of hitting, and especially against a tough pitch.
And here comes Baez. Giants on top here in the 11th.
Number 52, Pedro Baez.
Here in the top of the 11th on an RBI single by Joe Panic. 2-1 they lead the Dodgers. Panic sending one through the drawn-in infield into center field to score Kelby Tomlinson, and the new pitcher now for the Dodgers, right-hander Pedro Baez.
On for the 45th time. It's been an outstanding season for Baez. The hard thrower will see upper 90s with the fastball. He'll throw it about 3/4 of the time. Slider, occasional changeup. On to try and keep this a one-run game.
Lots of baseball going on this week. In addition to the trade deadline special tomorrow afternoon on ESPN2. Tomorrow night you can see the Indians and Red Sox, and then you can see them again on Wednesday. And 1 week from tonight, Sunday night baseball from Citi Field in New York as the Mets host these very same LA Dodgers. So 2-1 Giants. Panic at first with a 1 down. Hunter Pence 1 for 4. Baez, the 7th pitcher of the night for the Dodgers.
Ball.
And he's outside, ball 1. Season series actually knotted up between these two teams at 6 apiece. As badly as things have gone for the Giants and as well as they've gone for the Dodgers, the Giants have found their way to a .500 record against the Dodgers this year, in spite of the losses the last couple of games here.
Another good job by Barnes. We saw him earlier in the game with a nice stop there. Baez really spikes that slider. Good job of not only blocking it, but catching it as well. Asking for the throw over to first now.
Panic 4 steals on the season. And Baez has fallen behind Pence. 2 balls, no strikes. Runner not going. And the pitch chopped over the mound. And everybody's going to be safe as Forsythe flipped it behind Seager out at second. That'll be a fielder's choice and an E4.
Well, and in his haste to turn this double play, they're probably not going to have a chance to turn because Pence gets down the line pretty well and gets out of the box well here. And it's just the way Seager's got to turn to receive the throw, they probably have no chance. Forsythe probably should have just made sure he got himself square and got the lead runner instead of trying kind of a desperation do or die play to try and get a double play that probably didn't exist.
So now 2 men on with a 1 out for the always dangerous Buster Posey. 1 for 3 with a walk tonight. Had a base hit, stole the bases last time up. Baez with a well-earned reputation as one of the most deliberate workers in baseball.
30.1 seconds between deliveries, Dan.
Where does that rank?
That ranks 5th slowest in the big leagues.
Who's number 1?
Checking. Chris Beck of the White Sox. Hunter Strickland actually 2nd slowest, 30.4 seconds.
Broken back, ground ball to short, to second one, back to first, double play. Inning over, but the Giants get a run and will take a 2-1 lead to the bottom of the 11th. Top of the order coming up for the Dodgers when we come back. Game tonight at Dodger Stadium. A run for the Giants in the top of the 8th. Pinch hit home run for Connor Gillespie. They took that lead to the bottom of the 9th, but Sam Dyson couldn't hold it. Yasiel Puig bounces one into center field to score Chase Utley and tie the game, send it to extra innings, and then Joe Panic with the infield drawn in with a base hit. Kelby Tomlinson in to score. The Giants have a 2-1 lead going to the bottom of the 11th here in Los Angeles, and another pitching change for the Giants as right-hander Albert Suarez is into the game.
Albert Suarez, who made 12 starts for the Giants last year, on for just the 3rd time this year now with the Giants, on to try and close this one out. Fastball, mid-90s, slider, curveball, and change. The 4-pitch mix that you would expect from a starting pitcher. Here trying to close this one out for the Giants.
Suarez has been out most of the season with a calf injury. Top of the order for the Dodgers: Taylor, Seager, Turner. Taylor tonight 0 for 5, including a couple of strikeouts. And a breaking ball in there for a called strike. 0-1. Gillespie hugging the line at third. Infielders play Taylor to pull. Outfielders slightly to the opposite field. Big gap in left center. The Dodgers, meanwhile, have turned 6 double plays tonight. Ties a franchise record. The last time they did it, they were the Brooklyn Dodgers. 1956. And just a scoring note, that play in the top half of the inning, Hunter Pence was credited with an infield hit, so no error on the play on Forsythe. 2-1 Giants after the Dodgers won the first 2 games of the series, 6-4 and 2-1 yesterday.
It's been a quiet night for a hot hitter, Chris Taylor. You mentioned this earlier, but over 400 in the month of July. Gotten under a couple tonight, a couple strikeouts. A guy that has been seeing the ball very well this month.
Full count. Suarez shakes off Posey a couple of times. Now has the pitch he wants. Bouncer to third. And there's the first out.
Well, and a big first out for Suarez to not lose Taylor there as he ran it to the full count. Taylor with good speed and the ability to steal a base, able to get a big first out now ahead of perhaps an even hotter hitter certainly this weekend in Corey Seager.
He's 2 for 3 with a couple of walks tonight. He is 7 for 11 in the series, and he's raised his average up and over the 300 mark. And a slow curveball lined into the right field corner for extra bases. Seager on his way to second. His 8th hit and his 5th extra base hit of the series.
And not only is he seeing the ball so well, but the coverage he has on a pitch that's got really great depth. I mean, he just follows this. You talk about plate coverage and width. How about plate coverage and being able to go down and follow this breaking ball as it bends, moves, and tries to go under the bat, and Seager just stays right with it and crushes it. Just doesn't make contact, but gets great barrel to drive this in for a double.
So the Dodgers still with a chance. Tying run at second with 1 out in the bottom of the 11th. And the batter is Justin Turner. Had an infield hit his last time up. He's 1 for 5 on the night. And Kyle Farmer, who has yet to appear in the big leagues. He was called out yesterday from AAA Oklahoma City. He's on deck in the pitcher spot, on the verge of making his major league debut.
Yeah, and now the Giants are going to put Justin Turner on. And even though it's a winning run, I think this is absolutely the right call. Give your chance now at a ground ball to end this game.
So welcome to the big leagues, Kyle Farmer, who's hitting .326, 9 homers between AA and AAA this year. Generally, a catcher has also seen some time, though, at second, short, third, first, all the infield positions, in fact. 8th round pick back in 2013 out of the University of Georgia.
Well,
gotta have some butterflies.
Not a small spot to get your big league debut.
Crowd roaring its support here as Farmer looks at the first pitch that he sees in the big leagues, and it's a strike. Rally caps all over the ballpark. Sellout crowd tonight has been thinned a little bit by the length of the game, almost 4 hours here, 11-inning game. 0-2.
And after the slider, he threw the first pitch. Farmer way late, 10 miles an hour faster, 94, and even though it's middle, watch how late the bat is of Farmer.
You got to go to school on that. You know he's going to try and make an adjustment. Okay, I got to speed it up a little bit. Now you got to play with the strike zone and see if he'll chase outside that strike zone.
Posey slides to the outside. Wouldn't chase.
Perhaps a little too far out. That was a ball out of the hand. You got to start it at least out of the hand looking like a strike and then see if he'll fetch out there. You probably got one more pitch to play with, and then if you're Farmer, you get him back to probably a fastball.
Just low, 2-2.
This is where you want this pitch. At 2 strikes, you said you still have one more pitch to play with, even though it's a fastball. He locates it just under the strike zone, trying to get him to chase.
Way outside, and it's a full count.
See, now you know not only is it the count back in your favor, but the slider is probably not an option because of how big the last 2 misses were with that pitch. The full count, you sit fastball.
Base hit down the right field line. Seager's going to come in to score. Turner getting the wave. Relay to the plate. Dodgers win it. What a moment for Kyle Farmer in his major league debut. A night he will never forget.
You know, somebody probably told him before he went up there, don't worry, kid.